Hello, hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Happy Friday. How's it going? So Amir, Glarber, Flurpist, Pete Douglas, Cody Can't Focus, Super Awesome Coffee, Brad, Digital Pit, The Walking Zed, Butner, Helmshank, Linny Poo, Ignis Loki. Hello, hello, everybody. Hey there, Tiz. Thanks for the 10 months of support. Hey there, Noob Plays. 64 says, have I ever played Twilight Imperium? Yes, I've only had the delight of, I think, playing 2 proper games with other people. But I did find Twilight Imperium very cool and a very fascinating multiplayer strategy game. I particularly enjoy how Twilight Imperium links player roles with initiative. That is, the thing that you're doing on your turn also dictates what order you go in relative to the other players. And I think Puerto Rico does something like that too, actually. And it creates a lot of interesting strategy decisions for the players. Really like that game. But as the game has a reputation for, Twilight Imperium that is, you do need a lot of time available. Actually, no, Puerto Rico doesn't do that. You're right. Puerto Rico has the separate jobs, but they're not linked to the initiative. The initiative just rotates in Puerto Rico. You're right. Puerto Rico does not do that. But Puerto Rico is a good game, and Puerto Rico is a cool game with sort of what Puerto Rico and Twilight Imperium do actually very similarly is that there are a bunch of different player roles. You take turns picking which one you're going to do on the turn, and then the roles that people didn't pick get bonus resources put on top of them. A lot of games do something like that. Matt Nick says, Twilight Imperium has a big problem where players can be eliminated 2 hours into an 8-hour game. Yes. Player elimination is a mechanic that does not always work all that well. Where somebody can be killed or knocked out or eliminated. Although arguably worse is being forced to keep providing input to a very long game where you have 0 chance of winning from very early on. That can also be bad. Teaching some newbies Twilight Imperium over the asynchronous Twilight Imperium Discord. Now, asynchronous would be a cool way to play that. I like that. And yeah, just what I was alluding to, Firebird Lover. A player can be effectively eliminated, but have to keep playing uselessly. That could be far worse. A fate worse than death. Civ has that problem too, actually. The game is decided far ahead of its actual conclusion. So we're kicking up some content mods for the Spire. What do I think of Slay the Spire 2? I'm thrilled that we're getting a Spire 2. I did not expect Spire 2 at all, and I don't have a lot of expectations of Spire 2. Just a lot of hope, I guess. Really looking forward to seeing what they come out with. Have I seen the card differences between Spire and the board game? Yeah, it's a very cool simplified little version. Bludgeon is what, like 10 damage or something? It's 10 damage for 1 card. All the numbers are kind of squeezed down. Some cards are more faithfully recreated than others. One comment I did see with regards to this Spire deck building board game is that it's quite easy to get silent to go infinite, it seems. T-Star, thanks for the Prime sub and the 3 months. Seems to be a sizable overlap between the Twilight Imperium and Slay the Spire communities. I believe it, actually. We like our thoughtful, analytic, turn-based games here. Do I think Slice and Dice could be turned into a board game? Yeah, I think you could definitely do a cooperative dice roller as a board game. So you could have each player have like one character die that they roll each turn, and a stack of like monster cards that you're drawing from to create encounters. Similar to there's quite a few cooperative deck building games that utilize a sort of a preset deck of challenging enemies that the players have to overcome. Seems to me you could definitely adapt that to dice in some way. I don't know how you would handle equipment or stuff. I guess you could do things like putting stickers or otherwise stacking things over top of the face of the dice to modify it. Hey there, hey birds. Any tips for the kill a boss in one turn achievement? Yeah. Let's see here. I think your easiest character is going to be Watcher. Her ability to deal double damage in Wrath, or better yet, triple damage in Divinity, is definitely the best candidate for this. Although any character can do a turn one kill. You basically have two options. Either have one really strong turn one, or make an infinite combo. So to do a really strong turn one, especially on Watcher, you're going to want something like Ragnarok as a card. Omniscience can work really well as well. And then a way to get it into Divinity. Blasphemy works pretty well, or you could use an Ambrosia Potion, is pretty good. Ragnarok upgraded does 36 damage. If you're in Divinity, that's 108 damage just from Ragnarok. If you duplicate it in any way, you're looking at 216 damage. If the enemy is vulnerable and you duplicate it, then you're looking at 324 damage from one card. And you might be able to play more than one card. So that's a way to hit a boss for 300-ish. Your easiest targets are going to be Slime Boss in Act 1. Yeah, that's without any strength or Akabeko or anything like that. Easiest targets are Slime Boss in Act 1. You only have to do 150 damage on turn 1. But it is Act 1, so that's pretty tough to do. If you can get an Ambrosia and a Fear Potion in Act 1, you might be able to turn 1 kill Slime Boss as Watcher. That's pretty reasonable. And then the second easiest target is actually the Awakened one in Act 3. You only have to kill the first phase of Awakened one, which has 320 hit points, or maybe only 300 if you're playing on lower Ascension. And that counts for the achievement, is killing the Awakened one in one turn. Time Eater is much harder because you only get 12 cards on that turn 1. Donu and Deka just have a lot of health combined, so they're pretty tough to kill on turn 1. Second easiest might be Collector. 300 damage on turn 1 is not that hard for the end of Act 2. But easiest targets are definitely Slime Boss and Awaken 1. If you don't want to go with the gigantic turn 1 spamming potions or whatever nonsense, then your second best bet is to create an infinite combo deck. A deck that can just play a sequence of cards in a loop as long as is required to kill any enemy, basically. And one of the simplest infinites you can get on Ironclad is to have 2 dropkicks in a 5 or fewer card deck. So the idea is you add dropkick, you remove basically every other card except the dropkicks and bash. Then you make the enemy vulnerable, you play dropkick, it draws dropkick, you play dropkick, it draws dropkick, you play dropkick, it draws dropkick, so on and so forth. And you keep doing that until the enemy is dead. And that definitely can kill a boss on turn 1 very easily. The hard part with this route is actually removing all of the cards required in order to create the infinite combo in the first place. That can be rather tricky. And for advice on how to do that, I recommend my minimalist achievement video, where I talk about ways to remove lots of cards from your deck and how you have to be limiting in picking the cards in the first place. Can I explain that in detail for the entire infinite combo? I'll leave that as an exercise to the viewer. Kaiser82, thanks for the Prime sub. Happy Friday. Butch says, theoretically, if you downpatch Spire back to when you could get the turn 1 heart kill, and you kill the heart on turn 1, does that count? Fantastic question. No idea. Probably? Probably, but Spire is made on spaghetti, so I can't know for sure. But great question. Glarber Flurpus says, I feel like the kernel of Spire's success for me is well-tooled power scaling, despite increasingly compounding interactions from cards, upgrades, relics, potions. In one way, Spire 2 seems like it will be impossible to best Spire 1, but also, what if the path to a superior sequel is a simple one? What if the core kernel of balance and complexity can be preserved while features and aspects are added and expanded on? That's my hope. That's my hope too, and that's why I'm relatively hopeful that we're because we're seeing a Spire 2 announcement fairly quickly after Spire 1. I feel like the secret to success really will be changing less and not more, keeping the core gameplay loop that they know is fun, and I have full faith that they know that they have a fun core fundamental to the game. And not changing the parts of that make it fun, but rather expanding on the ways that it gets to be interesting. On one of my recent videos, I mentioned something about a bug with calipers that could enable you to survive 17th turn heart with block. What's that about? Essentially, we discovered that because of a glitch with calipers, it was possible to exceed 999 block under certain circumstances. The glitch had something to do with using Entrench well at a very high block count. For example, let's say you have 800 block. You play Entrench. That should put you to 1600 block. But instead you go to the block cap of 999. Then you have calipers, which says you lose 15 block at the end of the turn, rather than all of your block. So you should get 999 block minus 15 equals 984 block. But what we found was that you got 1600 minus 15 block. So your block at the end of turn goes from 999 to 1585. And stayed over 1,000 into the next turn. And we even tested that with actual damage hitting us, and it's not just a visual glitch. Like, we actually had more than 1,000 block for real. Is there a consistent way to do it? That I haven't discovered. I didn't I didn't test around with it a whole lot. But it does seem like there might, if you knew the mechanics, you might, in theory, maybe be able to use it to tank a heart hit. If you wanted to, really. I don't think you would ever need to, but if you really wanted to, you could. But yeah, the extra block went away as soon as we tried to add block again, because the game recapped it at 999. And Byronium says, from what I know, it's only possible with STS lib active. Oh, cool. Might be one of those modded things, too. Fascinating. Fascinating. Actually, so people are talking about Spire 2 and things I'd like to see. Here's something I would like to see for Spire 2. Is an official Twitch integration overlay for like mousing over the relics and stuff. Rather than having that be a third-party mod. This could be done in an official manner. Such that it's properly hosted, you know, by the devs, not by... It's hosted by me now, actually, is who's hosting the Spire overlay thing. But wouldn't have to be a community-hosted thing. And it could probably work better. So that'd be cool. Darkest Dungeon 2 strayed too far from what made it special. Here's what went wrong with Darkest Dungeon 2 for me. Darkest Dungeon 1 was a game about braving horrifically stressful, terrifying dungeons with a desperate band of adventurers to haul back a giant cart of loot at the end. Darkest Dungeon 2 is about facing a really stressful dungeon full of horrifying monsters and terrors. End of sentence. There's no payoff for all the stress. There's no rewarding feeling for what you've done. There's just the struggle. And that's it. It's about driving the cart. Also that. The struggle is the reward. Very, Buddhist? Stuffy says people keep saying DD2 strayed too far from the original, but I just think it's plain unfun. Yeah, that's also kind of what I felt. It felt like a video game where they didn't add the fun part, just the hard part. And it was kind of interesting to see, actually, because I hadn't seen a lot of other games that did something like this. I love it, infrared eclipse. Buddhist walks up to a hot dog vendor and says, "Make me one with everything." Gets his hot dog, pays for it, asks for his change. The vendor says, "Change must come from within." Oh yeah, I meant to pull on character here. Let's do a poll. What are we going to play today? Today we're playing with the Hermit as an option. So we've got Hermit, Ironclad, Silent, Defect, and Watcher as options. We're going to be playing with the Spire Biome and Chimera cards mods, which means we can see modifications to the Spire, as well as fused cards. Or cards that have added keywords, so to speak. So we'll definitely see some interesting creations here. So I've still got it at 15% chance to see a Chimera card. Roll attempts. Interesting. 6 common rarity, 4 uncommon rarity, 2 rare rarity. We modify starter cards, shop cards, cards from events, relics, etc., but not cards created in combat. Yeah, I like the configuration, I think. Firebird Lover says if you increase roll attempts, a card can have multiple augments. Oh, I see. Oh, I like that, actually. Let's set that to 2. A weird slider. you can leave it at anywhere, but it's only 1, 2, or 3. What? Do I want 2 here or 2 here? I think I want 2 here. So we should see cards with double mods. This will lead to a lot more cards. I probably want... Let's see. If I set the chance to 10, we would only see a double mod 1 in 100 times. It's 0.85 squared. So we're now at 28% to see a mod on any card if it's rolling twice. If I understand this correctly. What does show analysis do? Oh, yeah. That's what I was just doing in my head. Okay, thanks for that. Yes, 2.25% to see something with 2 modifiers. 25% chance to see something with 1 modifier. That's about right. Oh no, that's perfect. That's perfect. Right there. Nice. Cool. What he can't focus says, going back on turn 1 boss kill, I just turned 1 slime boss with Watcher using just a rushdown. There you go. There you go. Sure, we'll allow modifier to cards created in combat. I cannot wait to find out what happens to the slimed. The slimed cards will get modifiers. Alright, we'll play with that. We'll play with that. Hermit will be our Slayer today. I was hoping we'd pick Hermit here. The Hermit is a gunslinging cat person who likes curses. Let's embark here on Ascension 20. See what our starting deck is. Recalling Strike. Reshuffle this card into your draw pile when it's played. Hermit of all characters actually appreciates that. And that's our only modified card. Okay. Choose an uncommon card from the Silent. 7 max health. 18 damage for 250 gold. Oh, man. And we've got, wait a minute, what? Smith's Folly. Enemies have improved themselves using a powerful forge. Upon entering and exiting, upgrade the rarest card in your deck. All combats have Burning Elite modifiers. Elites will drop the Emerald Key if you don't already have it. Huh. But I might already have it. We'll see. I kind of want to do this path. This path looks amazing and terrifying at the same time. There's also the wind. It's windy. Definitely a scary path. We might want to opt out of this Burning Elite. Maybe this option too. Kind of like this option if I take damage for money. Although we could go here. It would go Grove says it only modifies combats and fires. And yes, Gravewood Grove should make the elite fight a bit easier, actually. Let's leave ourselves the option to opt out. I do want that 250 gold here. Got a Holy Memento. Thanks for the tutorial about the Hermit. Apply 1 vuln to everybody, add a miracle to your hand. I like that. So, one of the Hermit's keywords is Dead On. Dead On effects apply if the card is in the middle of my hand when I play it. It'll glow yellow, indicating that the effect will activate. So Snapshot does 6 damage and also 6 block. It's kind of cool. We're playing the standalone version of the Hermit here for more compatibility with Chimera cards and Spire biomes. I didn't want to try to add like full-on downfall on top of that either. Seemed like a bit much. So Hermit is the embodiment of order. Yes, playing your cards in the correct order is definitely required for Hermit. I like that the animation just straight works for that. The card goes into the draw pile. I guess there's already that property on Tantrum. Jung Coral says, I've been playing Biomes Chimera Downfall, including Downfall characters, and it works well. That's awesome. Sticky Dead Man's Hand is something you should not be picking up. Leave that where it is. What does that actually do, though? Retain, discard your hand, add the 3 rarest cards from your draw pile to your hand. Yeah, don't touch that. What we got here? Body Armor. Discard a card, get some block. If it was not an attack card, do it again. That's not bad. 10 block for 1 card. That is actually a really good card to add Retain to, right? Ghostly Faint. 4 block, apply 2 bruise to all enemies. So normally this is 3 block. A 0-cost ethereal card with no downside seems pretty good, right? This is just better than Faint. Let's take Ghostly Faint. I like that. Slime Goop, take more damage, get more money. If you insist, Spire. With a 35 health right away, that's a little worrisome. Only a little bit, though. Bruise increases the damage enemies take by a flat amount. 2 more attack damage this turn. This means the strikes will do 8. If I Memento, then they're going to be going to 12, because we do 8 times 1.5. That still won't kill, though. So just shoot it 3 times. Now I can kill it. It's shot. All out high caliber. Deal 8 damage, add a strike plus 2 to your hand. Discard a card at random. Except it might be the strike plus 2 that you discard. Applying Bruise is quite good. Yeah, exactly. What if it discards the new strike? I don't think I want that. And the upgrade adds a strike plus 3. That's wild. Or good old dive. If it's in the middle of your hand, gain some plated armor. That's a nice block card. Strike plus 2 could be a Chimera card. Oh, that's true. I think I'll just take Pistol Whip. Easily worth the investment. Sticky Deadeye. That's great. Retain Dead-On gains strength, and it's on sale. Very strong. Doubtful combo. I love it. Does it work? I'm not sure. maybe it'll combo with things. Doesn't Retain make Dead-On very hard to proc? Kind of? Oh no, Sticky Magnetism is here too. Doubtful combo. Also, the doubtful keyword is actually quite good on Hermit, who sometimes who does have ways to benefit from debuffing themselves. I really do like, if we're already doing, we've got Dead On here. I don't actually have another Dead On card yet. Are there Chimera Relics? I don't believe so. Wait, what is this potion? Liquid Void. Put a card from your exhaust pile into your hand. That's cool. Serene, thanks for the Prime sub and the 27 months of support. Well, I'll take Doubtful Combo. It seems great. Dramatic Dive. Adds Innate and Exhaust. Hard to activate Dead On if it has Innate, because it'll always be the leftmost card. Midnight is the opposite of high noon. I didn't get that, I don't think. You might be right. Whoa! These definitely weren't here last time. Did we change this mod? Hello? I'm stumped. Might be able to block for quite a bit here. Oh, and this will exhaust too. But if I exhaust Memento, I get a new card. Okay, I'll exhaust Memento here. Lying Deadeye. Another Ghostly Feint. What does Misfire do? Shuffle it clumsy into the draw pile. So I could do Strike, Flying Deadeye, Snapshot. Yes. Lethal block. Yes, it is kind of hard to activate Sticky Deadeye. Blam. Blam. Pure Glare. Exhaust all status and curse cards in your hand. Court Fuse. Cost less per strike or defend played. Interesting. Very interesting. And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Lysozyme. Did you hear about the dog who became a banker? He was just promoted to branch manager. Divide says, I believe last time you played Chimera with Biomes, there was a bug which has since been fixed. The Chimera mods sometimes didn't show on the card reward until you picked the card. Ah. Cool. Guess I'll take Pure Glare. And I'm going to mess with this Burning Elite. We're going to do it. Prepared Memento. Now it's draw one, discard one. This is a curse card. I would like to exhaust that to make a new card. From Beyond. For each card in your exhaust pile, a random enemy loses 5 health. Guess we can Magnum and deal 9 by 3. Any reason to do more than that? I guess From Beyond would do 1 more damage, right? Harry Halls, thanks for the Prime sub in 18 months, the year and a half. The Knob is still vulnerable on this turn. Not a very good turn, but just Pistol Whip, Strike, Strike will deal a surprising amount of damage here. Oh. Quite a lot of block. But yeah, my strikes do 13, so I'm gonna hit you twice. be tough to get the kill here. I'll get a new card. I guess I should play Ghostly Feint first? Guess so. Yeah, we have -1 draw as a consequence of the Grove. The Gravewood Grove gives us -1 draw per turn, but then the first card we play exhausts. Creates a new card. So it's not really -1 draw. Get that into my hand exactly. So if I just, let's see, make you vuln, this would deal 10. I would gain 2 strength. We have 2 brews. Actually, we can feint first. No, we'd have to gamble, right? Assume I'm gambling for 3. Get these. If I just use the Fear Potion, or just use the Gambler's Brew, rather, we would be able to Sticky Deadeye twice and Recalling Strike. Migishu, welcome with the mini raid. Thanks for bringing your 6 friends here. You're joining us for some very unusual action today with the modded Hermit character here. Oh, this makes me weak too. Right. So I probably need to use both potions. We have to do this in a weird order. I've got to go Recalling Strike, Defend, Doubtful Combo. No, I can't even do that then if I have to play the Defend. Oh, shoot. Terrible. So that says to me that I don't get a kill this turn then, huh? Oh, you're right. I don't need to play Defend, right? We can do Recalling Strike, Doubtful Combo, Deadeye, Deadeye. That's right. Is that enough? I'm not sure. Wasn't the Vuln Pot lethal before using the Brew? I definitely don't think so. We only had 1 attack in hand, right? We just had 1 strike in our hands. So we're not getting a kill as we are. We're going to be able to do 12, 10. Yeah, that should be enough with the Fear Pot. I think we get a full kill here. Yeah. Cool. Happy to use both potions to get through the knob with little damage taken. Ooh, reduce your debuffs. That's a nice one. Mr. Ninja. Thanks for the full year. Whoa, they made a video game version of the Slay the Spire board game. It's true. Maintenance. Strikes deal more damage. Gain dexterity. This costs more. That's kind of cool. It's a way to improve your starting deck, basically. Yeah, I rather like this Virtue. Let's take Virtue. We're debuffing ourselves plenty at the moment. We did fine in the first elite fight. We know we're not fighting Gremlinob again. Let's mess with... Wait. Where's my key? Oh, yeah, we got the key. Okay, we have the key. There it is. Don't know why I lost it for a second there. But we good. We good. Hello. Would you like to be vulnerable now? Bonk. Not bad. Ooh, came back. Fight. Called Shot. The last card played was dead on. Draw a card. Draw until you draw 3 total cost worth of cards. That's kind of a cool card draw card, especially if you have lots of 0 cost cards. This seems very good. Upgrades to 4 energy worth. And Itchy Trigger. Now let's take Luck of the Draw. I think that's a great draw card at the moment. Do Memento Virtue. Yeah, because then I can apply Bruise. Not going to Luck of the Draw? I'm not. Although this will be really good in the second cycle of this fight, because it'll draw through any number of dazed. Bardo, thank you so much for the 2 months. Watching my content has helped you on your ascension to Clad. Well done. Very well done. But my face, though. If I snapshot, it goes right back into my hands. Kinda cool. They can be sticky or slippery. Oh no, slippery dazed. So the consequence of enabling cards created in combat to have Chimera mods is that. Oh no, the Retain! Retain trumps Ethereal, apparently. I don't think I knew that. Terrifying. It's just terrifying. Well, get rid of all that garbage. Now they're gone. Fine. Ooh, a heal for 12. Or Scavenge gives plated armor. If it's dead on, you also gain gold. Healing is cool, though. Healing is very cool. Let's take a Reprieve. You have to play it the first time you draw it, which means we won't always be able to do that. Also, we upgrade our rarest card upon entering the Smith's Folly. We're going to also upgrade our rarest card when we leave. It'll be one of the uncommons currently. And the boot. Of course, the boot. Get out of here, boot. Really like the art with the Smith thing. Here it is still. Cool. I guess I just play Reprieve? I guess so. Yes, yes, Rorg. We know. We know. has retained too. Okay. There going to be a stream tomorrow? No, unfortunately. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Is the current plan. Oh boy. Can I do enough damage here? Seems really unlikely, right? Without these cards. For strength, we can make Knob vulnerable, which means the strikes would do 15. That's a good start, but not nearly enough to do 28. I could use Luck of the Draw to draw Pure Glare and Snapshot. Now that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I think our best bet is Liquid Memories on Luck of the Draw here. I'm gonna see how this goes. Make the Knob very angry in doing this. And we got Covet. That's great news. So we'll get rid of Memento. That's fine. And that's Ghostly Feint again. Good. So I might be able to full block this, actually. The currently 7 cards in hand. I can Pistol Whip, Snapshot, Snapshot. That's pretty strong. Can I Ghostly Feint also? Doesn't look like it. Because then Snapshot would not be the middle card. But I think we have it here with the Snapshot twice. We block, yeah, we block 22 twice. Although, actually, no, it won't block 22 the second time, will it? It goes back into our hand, but it's not in the middle anymore. But still, we block enough to survive. That's important. And then I guess we want to play Recalling Strike. Keep the Deadeye in hand to hopefully get us a kill next turn. We still have to finish the job here. The Knob has a fair bit of health left. And we'll be attacking for a lot next turn, too. The next turn I'll be able to do Sticky Deadeye, Strike, Recalling Strike. But the Knob won't be vulnerable anymore. This is 22, though. I think we're fine. Looks like we're fine. Yeah, 9 plus 10 plus 10. We're good. No problem. Now we got a Dreamcatcher. Dreamcatcher Regal Pillow Synergy. If you draw or exhaust a curse, gain block. Probably don't even need this Rest Relic. Watcher, but scarier. Yeah, kind of. This isn't curse or status, just curse. I guess no. Yeah, the dead man washed his hands. That's right. Okay, hopefully this fight won't be too tough. It's a regenerating Spike Slime. Kind of fun. Sort of blocking. A very indirect form of block. Just heal equal to the amount of damage you're taking. No problem. No problem. Double damage with Dead On. Yeah. That's multiplicative with Bruise, too. Very good. That upgrade to +3? Just +2. Okay, that's reasonable. Uh-oh. A lousy set of opponents. They attack for 9. Never seen such a powerful louse before. Kill this one, I guess. I can use Covet to discard Reprieve for now. We can maybe get it into play more easily later. I'll be back for you, Reprieve. I swear it. You seem to be good. Heal 15, leave the fight. There we go. Inverted tracking shot. Gain 9 block. And cause your next Dead On card to activate regardless of position. That's an amazing card, actually. I like that. Give me the tracking leap. And we leave the Smith's Folly, so we upgrade the rarest card in our deck. Now it's Doubtful Combo Plus. Put the first 2 Dead On cards, triggered each turn, back into our hand. That's awesome. Ooh, reduced by 2. That negates the doubtfulness. Let's do that. We can remove Transform or Upgrade here at the end. I might just go with another upgrade. This is upgrade to gain 3? Yeah. Let's snag some more upgrades. This upgrades to draw 2. That's also pretty good. This gets Retain, I believe, yeah. Are transforms riskier or safer with Chimera mod? Good question. I guess I'm transforming. Let's transform Strike into Adapt. At the start of your turn, you can exhaust a card to gain 8 block. That's a very good card. What's the upgrade? Is that 2 cost? Give it to me. Great card. Especially against Hexaghost. Really big keyword here is may. You don't have to. Deadeye is stinky. Stinky Deadeye. Get rid of Memento. But I don't want to get rid of Memento. There's our doubtful combo. Snapshot would return to my hand. I'd prefer to get rid of Weaken, but then it won't return. Just defend first. Let's look at the draw. I think I like that better. Although neither of these are getting Deadeye. That's fine. Dr. Noodles, thanks for gifting us up to Iceman. Thank you, thank you. So we can do inverted tracking shot, then Deadeye is dead on. Then it comes back to my hand. Then if I play Virtue, it's dead on again. Comes back to my hand again. Still has retain. Very good. This deck is silly. I like it. Holy crap. Wow. 12 strength after that. Welcome to Headshot Town, Population U. And Snapshot Town, Population U. And then Headshot Town, Population U. GG. Awesome. Very cool. Haven't successfully done a dead-on centric deck yet. This seems like a really good start. And the adapt is also actually helping because I can use the targeted exhaust to shift what's at the middle card, which is quite cool. What do we got here? Final Canter. Exhaust all curses in hand, dealing damage for each. Like Fiendfire, but just for curses? Fatal Desire. At the start of your turn, draw 2 cards and add an injury to your hand. Now that is powerful, especially alongside Adapt. Curious what the ordering is. But yeah, huge card draw. Huge card draw. For Heroic Bravado for Blood. I'm trying to figure out the original name here. I think it was originally Heroic Bravado. Cost 1 less health for each time you lost health this combat. Gain Rugged, reducing the damage of the next attack. And then increase the cost of this card by 2 this combat. Oh my god. That is insane. That is actually just insane. So it scales its cost up and down, and the benefit that it gives you makes you take a very small amount of damage instead of big damage. So it's self-synergizing, basically. And you can even decrease the cost increase. Amazing card. Give me that. Absolutely absurd. Do we want curses or curses? I think we're getting curses. Does seem like a deck that would appreciate a bit more energy here. Though I don't hate the Calling Bell. Give me Kursky. Yeah, it's like reusable Wraith form. More like reusable buffer, I think. It's only one rugged, right? The fog. What's in the fog? No one knows. Wait, why are my biomes broken? Hello? Broken space indeed. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I mostly remember what these do. Fog is kind of mystery lands. The broken space has new forms for relics. So we want to get a relic in the broken space. I think this one. Are those first floor question marks? Yes, within the fog, you can have first floor events here. Yeah, it should still work fine, even if it's just a visual display glitch. And then you get better cards from the Monster Zoo. Maybe we'll go to the Monster Zoo. We'll see how we feel after 2 elites. Camel Crushed with the Prime sub. Thanks for 32 months of support. Maybe save and quit fixes it? Yes. Normally, that's what I would do here. However, we have a different problem, which is that this button doesn't say save and quit. It says exit game. I'm not 100% sure what causes this, but if you press the exit game button, your run is over. Perix, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Necronomicon, or the others. I don't actually have a 2-cost attack, but this character loves curses. Adapt seems like it's hilarious with this. I'll read a book. I'll read a book about Meow. Get the enchilada, a random power on turn 1. Delicious. Would autosave not cover me if I just close the program? I think this button occurs because there's not an autosave for one reason or another. So I strongly suspect that exiting the program results in the new run button being available. The shop's right there, you say? Okay. Give me your money. It's high noon. I think. When you play a strike or defend, draw a card. And this is a blasphemous moment. Okay, I can't use this card. Apply 5 vuln to everyone and then die. Just freaking die. Ooh, that helps. I can exhaust Blasphemous Memento so I don't accidentally play it. I mean, it would work here, right? It's got no artifact left. Just saying. Also, what removed the first 2 artifacts? Interesting. It's free. You might as well play it. Was it the fog effect? That makes sense, actually. Yeah, foggy stuff. Seems about right. Fog adds 1 vuln in 1 week. Okay, cool. The enemies do not expect us in the fog. So I'll just double defend here. Love it. Being rugged just in case we can't kill. I think we're pretty good here, though. Actually, one short. This works, though. No need to waste a potion here. Upgraded pistol whip. 5 brews is pretty strong. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. And I do like the Gambler's Brew, especially with all the dead-on effects. Eternal Form. The first 4 cards drawn at the start of each turn cost 1 less for that turn. That is nuts. It's going to get rid of Memento. That's fine. The goal is to do a super duper headshot. So with 5 brews, right? This is 7 damage with dead on double. So 7 goes to 14. 14 with Vuln goes to 20. If we add 5 brews, that 5 brews gets multiplied by the dead on multiplier, and the vulnerable as well. So 7 goes to 36 with 5 brews, the damage. And then this is only going to block for 6, right? They only had 6 health left. These are all free. That's stupid. I might get away with my money. But he's not going to get away with my hit points. Also, I have tons of money, so whatever. Is this still 0 cost? No, didn't think so. And I do actually get the kill, because we're awesome. And the heal. Good fight. These are all whatever. How do we have so much money? We took a curse for money is how. We're about to remove that curse. But first I get to upgrade probably Sticky Deadeye. We're using that card a lot. I want the strength gain. What do we got here? Roughhouse does big damage and big block if you've got Deadeye. Gain energy up to your maximum is interesting. Sling of Courage looks good for helping me with the upcoming elite fights. We could potentially fight up to 4 of them this act. That's the beta art on this. It's a Roughhouse. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, Innervate's not bad either, right? With Dead On, gain an energy, draw a card. We can just spam that. That's very good, actually. You're right. That's actually worth paying for, probably. Let's get rid of our regret, though. No regrets. So if I'm buying Innervate, I'm not buying Pantograph. Am I okay with that? Probably. Probably. I have Storm should upgrade to 0 cost, right? Yeah. Wait, it's Boot Eye of the Storm. I missed that part. It's a guaranteed turn 1 effect. I don't want it on turn 1. Let's just take Innervate. No fish for us. Alright, we're still rich. It's probably fine. Oh, I love Overwhelming Power. You get stuff immediately. 3 energy, draw 3 cards, but anytime you end your turn with 0 energy, you lose hit points. That part is a debuff, and we can remove that, actually. Background is definitely trippy now that we're in the broken space. So yeah, we can reduce that with Virtue here. How's it going, Tub Sass? We're going to be playing Ace Attorney Chronicles, our community voted game, later today. Let's see here. This is tough looking. Tough looking. Declare you. We've no Deadeye, right? Just the sticky. Just the sticky Deadeye. Is there any reason to play this? There's no reason not to, that's for sure. This is just the right amount of damage. Cool, I guess. Take 2 there, and another 2 more for ending our turn with no energy. Something Overwhelming Power says we shouldn't be doing. I'll pay another 2. Actually, no, I won't, because of Nunchaku. Thanks, Nunchaku, for saving me 2 health. But yes, Purity, or whatever it's called, the card that reduces our debuffs, reduces the health lost as well. Heck. Let me see. Perhaps not the best turn. Stinky did I. Hoping that would kill you, actually. Now it's 0 cost, which seems OP. But also yikes. Do I gamble? Doesn't look like that helps me much. Terrible. Guess we don't need Virtue anymore. What does this biome do? It's going to modify the cards we find, as well as any relics. Forget if there's any in-combat effect. Doesn't seem like it. Not that much, thanks to Rugged. We're good from here. Or at least I hope we are. Headshot. GG. Got through Gremlin Leader without too much trouble. We get broken wing boots. So normal wing boots let us move around the map 3 times. What do broken wing boots do? When you would enter an event in a question mark room, choose between 2 events. That is amazing. That's a cool relic right there. That means we can go whack hunting even. And that's why we went for the broken space, too. I really wanted to find a broken relic. That's cool. So it's that kind of broken, yeah. And no charges, that's right. Oh, I love the description. That's really cool. How'd they do that? That's very cool. And I see, we're finding card rewards from any character. Tiny Evaluate. 4 block, shuffle an insight into your draw pile. Cute. And literally Wraith Form. It's Deflect. It's just better Deflect. It's just better Deflect. I don't hate it, actually. It's just not very much a block, but we might be able to get Dexterity or something. The Concentrate was kind of cool, too. It was Supplier Concentrate. Was it energy next turn and this turn? Because that's kind of cool, too. It did seem like a lot of energy. Do I dare open the chest, though? I don't think so, actually. Yeah, it's just a small one. I'm not going to play it right now. I want to go this way. 3 elites involved. Sounds terrifying. What am I thinking? There's no way I survive this. Really. I can remove the Wraith form debuff, by the way. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, we just have no downside Wraith form. Seems good. Get a tiny chest? Did I even want that? Probably. Probably. Before you see two portals, choose Forgotten Altar. No. Or Pleading Vagrant. That sounds better. Get out of here, Altar. Give me a relic, buddy. A meal ticket. Fair trade. Fair trade. Start of your turn, concentrate. It's not going to be dead on, huh? Very well. This is fine, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. No debuffs from you. Okay, that part's bad. Concentrate active. So I think I just do this. Nice. Very cool. So how is that headshot active on the far left of our hand? That was active via a keyword called concentrate. If we have the concentrate effect, then our next dead-on card is active regardless of position. So there's a keyword that lets you bypass the requirement, basically. Slippery Wide Open. Discard this card the first time you draw it. Deal 19 damage and 5 bruise to all enemies. I don't actually have an AoE card right now. I'll take that. Let's see upgrade on this. 23-6. It's powerful. And you're not an event, you're a merchant. The first time you would die each combat, survive with 1 health. Each combat. Does seem very good. But potentially useless? Potentially useless. It's the name of the pet ghost. Poor guy. Guy. Maybe. How do you even pet a ghost? Very carefully. Gambit is kind of interesting. take the Gambit. Gambit remove? Remove a defend? Defends are good to get rid of. Also, Fatal Desire for 158. That's not too bad, actually. That's a really good card, actually. Okay, I'll take Fatal Desire. You're right. Blasphemous Memento is back. Great. Good work. That would be really... Actually, that's quite bad, right? Because I would really like to be able to apply Vulnerable this turn. But now I can't. If only Virtue actually removed the die next turn effect. There is a Wraith form in the deck, so if I could draw to the Wraith form, I can play Blasphemous Memento. That's what the Ghost is for. That's right. That's exactly right. We're going to go Pistol Whip, Fatal Desire, Eternal Form. Snapshot gives me 11 block. Gambit, return Pistol Whip and Snapshot. Let me go Pistol Whip. I want this to make block. I have to play Virtue. 14. That's pretty good. If Gambit works for the rest of the turn, would that mean that a 1-cost Deadeye card that returns to the hand would be an infinite? No, on two fronts. Firstly, we're limited in how many times it returns to our hands. This only applies the first 2 times per turn. And secondly is that the they cost less this turn is actually a lie. And it's they cost less until the end of turn or you play them. So playing the card removes the discount. It's actually only 1 time per turn, no matter what you do. It's all a lie, unfortunately. There's Wraith form. So I could use Blasphemous Memento here and do a hell of a Pistol Whip headshot. I'm tempted by. It also makes me vuln for 5 turns. Even better to not get rid of the bad guy then. Let's do it. The damage. Blasphemer wears off. I didn't die. I had no holds barred. Whoops. Returning injury. 0 cost. Shuffle this card into your draw pile when it's played. Hello? What do you mean? Better question, why do you mean? Also order, probably. Good fight. Very good fight. Get a Smiling Mask for cheap removes at shops. Shameful Purgatory. 24 damage to all enemies, gain 2 frail. for 2 cost, normally a 3 cost card. Add a 0 cost defend into your hand, upgrade it X times is interesting. So Blasphemy is not die, it's just take damage equal to your current health. That's what it used to be, Rambouts. Now it's 10,000 damage. Because Tungsten Rod, basically. Tungsten Rod used to let you always survive at 1 when they first added the effect. And a very terrible dad joke for Slack's time. Did you hear about the Watcher that broke divine rules by creating a Nintendo avatar? It was an act of blasphemy. No refunds. So you could theoretically survive Blasphemy with a Caliper's bug? No, the damage from Blasphemy is life loss, so it goes straight through any block you have. The only way is raw hit points. It is possible to survive Blasphemy by having more than 10,000 health. Good luck doing that, by the way. Buffer is the easier way. Intangible works too. But you can also just straight have more than 10,000 health. Or 100,000 health, whatever it is. Maybe 100k. This is going to be a hell of a turn 1. Skill strength here. That's pretty good turn 1 damage. Bring the Collector to half health, we gain 6 strength. Then I play Wraith Form and immediately remove the downside. Seems alright. I think we get to ignore the minions entirely. Can't play Fatal Desire and Wraith Form, though. Because I lost 1 energy. I'll just play Wraith Form, I guess. And that also reduces the penalty for overwhelming power. Love it, Faily. To be fair... This is a bug, yeah. Could not find description. Maybe there's a reason for that. If you could just code it to display this description real quick, that'd be really helpful, Faily. So please take careful note of what this says and then implement it. Might as well play the free Bravado. And I guess we adapt and I bonk a minion for small damage. Or I could block. Rather bonk a minion. 12, 12, whatever. Oh, oops. Order. Oh, interesting. Do not put me on pizza. All right, I might reboot Spire between our runs here. See if I can upgrade my Spire biomes. Return to my hand. are the collectors now. We have 7 week. Uh-oh. This is not looking good. Although the collector only has 89 health left, actually. Buffs reduced. I probably want to kill both minions here, probably. Crunchy. Very crunchy. GG. Smooth fight, actually. All things considered. Overwhelming power is here. We've seen we can mostly ignore the downside of this and just use it as a substantial upside. Rough House is a cool way to get block, although the expense is a bit much. And then Heroic Bravado, the normal version, seems like a much worse version than we have. Way more worse version. Let's take the Overwhelming Power. I like it. And we got Pyramid, Black Star, or Fusion Hammer. Curious. Curious. Pyramid seems maybe good? I like being able to retain Wraith Form. Some of the other stuff might not be that good with Pyramid. Like Lock-On is kind of questionable, but we have the Concentrate, which helps. I'm willing to try it. I think it's going to be okay overall. Oh, the Divinity's Gaze is very strong. You can encounter some super useful events in the Divinity's Gaze. Don't have to get the Burning Key. It's a little hard to see these biomes at the moment. But yeah, we could try forcing Mind Bloom. Or there's even more powerful events in here, actually. Although this will not be an event, it'll be a treasure chest. It's still fine. That's totally fine. I like it. No shop, though. Convict them of their crimes. And then some crazy nonsense happens. Verdict. Apply 10 verdict. Creature with verdict dies at the start of the turn if the health is less than the verdict. Otherwise, it gains 5 verdict. Objection. By honor, be judged. Rugged wears off even if you naturally take 1 damage. That makes sense, actually. It's lame, but it makes sense. It's not going to kill you, huh? Although, yes, it will. So I get No Holds Barred and Snapshot. Body armor can be a lot of block. Definitely hurting for block here, and discarding a card, arguably useful with Pyramid. I'll take it. The event was actually a combat, so we don't get any events in the Divinity's Gaze. That's unfortunate. We do get Shameful Determination. Whenever a debuff is applied to you, gain 1 strength. Oh, that's convenient. And then become frail, which gives me strength. Sounds good. Nice. I like that. I wonder how much damage I can do this turn. Let's find out. $42. Nice. Upgraded Shadow Cloak. Whenever you draw or exhaust a curse, gain 6 block. I really like that combined with Adapt and Fatal Desire. Let's take that with the upgrade. Light in the Darkness. Gain 7 block. When drawn, exhaust this and then draw cards until our hand is full. Sounds good. Sounds very good. Nice. That wasn't too bad at all. If I exhaust both of these, I gain how much block? Oh, I don't have Shadow Cloak down yet, do I? No, I don't. Not enough block is the answer. Not enough block. Now that's a lot of damage. Start of your turn, apply 3 bruise to all enemies. Absolute Scavenge for Blood. That's our first double keyword card that I think. Costs 1 less each time you lose health this combat. Get 5 plated armor. Dead on, gain 5 gold. Absolute cards must be played before other cards in your hand. That doesn't seem very good. Upgrades to 6 plated armor, though. That's kind of cool. Skip. I'm not reading all of that. That's too many words. No way. No way. Do I even want to open this? Let's go with yes. A bit of pain. Pain Pyramid, no problem, right? Seems fine to me. We've had first overwhelming power. What about the second one? Right, can't spend all my energy, or there will be consequences. Very minor consequences. Searing body armor can be upgraded any number of times. Bit late for that, don't you think? Very cool, though. Very cool. How's it going, Sly Sot? Welcome, welcome. First time catching me live. Glad to hear it. Uh-oh, we got a Repto to deal with. That's spooky, but I drew double adapt turn 1, so is it really that spooky? Not really. Although, perhaps I want to kill one of these stinky daggers. Okay, skip the Fatal Desire for a minute. Spooky. Oh, that'll do. Make my life easier. Much easier. Yes, we can exhaust the curse that we make. Wasn't sure about that. Seems good. And I'm no longer intangible. Two random attacks, please. Not too bad. The blocking. Double headshot for the win. Now we got a shuriken for strength scaling. Doomed headshot. Deals additional damage for each curse in our deck. Whoa. Whoa, give me that. +3 per curse and then doubled is really strong. Very good. Very good. Probably recall or something. I'm not sure what my best upgrade is anyway. Does that count the pains generated during the fight? I hope so. Definitely hope so. Oh, come on. Fucking wing boots, what's up? Where's my events? I needed Juzu bracelet on this run. Flexed Eternal Form. It's also a flex. Weird flex, but okay. I don't think I want to change this any further. Hard to tell what the base damage is here because of the weaken. Good enough. No block, huh? Spooky. Too bad, though. Get rid of that returning injury. Who wants that? Terrible name for a card. Purgatory of Greed. Deal 24 damage to all enemies. If fatal, gain 15 gold. It's also ethereal plus exhaust, so it exhausts no matter what after being in your hand for one turn. So I wouldn't call it that good, right? Ethereal and exhaust makes it pretty tough to use. Should give you gold per kill. And even upgrades for 5 more gold, so up to 100 gold at once if you killed 5 slimes with it. Be kind of cool. Alright, this one I'll open. This is a large treasure chest. Contained a parasite, 80 gold, and a singing bowl. And now that one headshot card does more damage. We're in a storm. Excuse me, the transient is going to take 99 blockable damage. This must be percentage health. 99. Good lord. And it's, yes, that one headshot card doing a base of 16 right now. So it's at +9. Which means it's not counting Armamento. So just E. At the end of its turn, that's after it attacks, so we definitely don't want to just E here. Sounds painful. So good next turn. The bonk, then blap. And it takes another 99. Now we can just E. Now we can just sit tight. Have a good day. Although that lightning might hit us next turn. Yeah, now we're getting hit for 6. Also, wait. Do you see what I see? Yeah, it didn't get the buff back. Now it's stuck at minus 99. So we do have a free ride. Actually. We've broken the transient by accident, it seems. Good. I say good. But yeah, it's somehow stuck at negative 99. Get wrecked. Get totally wrecked. Beautiful. Second upgraded body armor. Take it. I'll take it. The lab or the Tomb of Lord Redmask. I don't want the Tomb of Lord Redmask, so what's in the lab? 2 potions that aren't very good. Oh well. Thanks, Broken Wing Boots, for trying. Wouldn't say they actually helped me that much. But oh well. More lightning for the giant head. I like it. Here we go. Yeah, hit the giant head, please. TikTok. That's what they all say. There we go. $112 damage from the headshot. I like it. Nice. Get bronze scales. An electric massive ricochet. Deal 14 damage. Repeat on a random enemy for each dead-on effect that happened this turn. And gain 1 energy back afterwards. That's a cool card. Upgrades to 18. That's just a cool card. Let's take it. I want to slay the calipers. Good lord. Do I? Memento Surge. Gain 1 artifact. Perfect. Excellent fight to gain an artifact in. I guess this heals for 1, might as well. Utes. Get rid of pain. That reduced the power of the Constrict a little bit. That's kind of cute. We'll need to block more. What's gonna happen? Ouch. All right. Not too bad. Does an electric take cover? That's kind of neat. If we just take 2 max health, though. Fatal Desires Memento. When exhausted, draw 2 cards. Whatever. This is the first time I don't have a way to get rid of the pain. Looks like it's Gambler's Brew time. Oh wait, no, Pure Glare gets rid of it. And a few others as well. Seems good. Not too bad. Not too bad. You get an energy back, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Let me read that again. Deal 14 damage and repeat for each dead-on effect. So 1 dead-on means you do it once plus 1 time. So better than I thought, actually. Determination can be quite strong. It fills you with determination. And the upgrade on that is for Act 3, or Act 4, rather. Overwhelming Power, that's a debuff. Memento, that's a debuff. Wraith Form debuffs us every turn. Wait a minute. That's amazing. That's absolutely awesome, is what that is. Build your own demon form. Yeah, build your own crappy demon form. That's exactly right. Instant strength. Instant strength. More strength. Am I a coffee enjoyer? I am. I am. Do Gambit here. Almost. Nice. Gotta stop using my last energy there. Oops. 104. Bang. GG. Next boss will be the Awakened One. Play a bunch of powers in this fight. Oh well. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Probably shouldn't play Overwhelming Power, as that's a one-time benefit that will empower the boss here. Seems bad-ish. Take 2. 2 is fine. Any tips for the Hermit here? Definitely a hard character to wrap one's head around. Hermit doesn't have access to the more straightforward forms of scaling that the other characters do, and I think that can make them pretty tricky. Speaking of, I think I might have to discard my hand here. I'm gonna gamble. Alright, that'll get my strength gain going. What will this? No more debuffs for me. I'd just kill you. Be very nice if I could just kill you. Good work. Now I can play more powers, like Overwhelming Power. Or I can, again, just maybe kill you. Seems pretty good. GG. Scaling. We had 17 strength at the end there. That was insane. Two thump, two thump, two thump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all these curse cards? You reach for your holster, dealing 2130 to the heart. It squirms and bleeds, but is ultimately still pounding. Heck yeah. And we get one upgrade. Which should be... I have no idea. Covet draw 2 is fine. Holy Glare. Adds a miracle. Hole Up gives us weak and blocks for a lot. Take Aim at the start of your turn. Concentrate. That one's pretty good. Crux, thanks for the Prime sub and the 6 months. Yeah, we should take Aim. We should take Aim. Turnip is okay. Whetstone is okay. We should probably remove Pain. No pain, no gain. Gambler's Brew is quite good. Do we want the fruit juice as well? Is it a choice between fruit juice and whetstone? Looks like it might be, yeah? Go whetstone. Nice. We upgraded the doomed headshot and the no holds bar. That's excellent. Excellent, I say. I like it. It's high noon. Okay, Gambler's Brew potentially for next turn. Note that Defend does draw a card. So does Strike. I'm just going to gamble here. Hand is terrible. That's more like it. Now I'm a ghost. You can't do anything to stop me. Did you debuff my strength, therefore giving me 1 strength? Kind of funny, actually. We're not concentrating yet. Yes, they did. Okay. Glorious. Simply glorious. Oh yeah, and that also debuffs me, therefore giving me strength. The no holds barred. So many debuffs. Now we gotta kill it, right? But can we? Maybe with Gambit. Yeah, we good. Nice. We get a kunai to go with our shuriken. Playing 3 attacks now gives us dexterity. I think that's quite good. And I'll just take 2 max health going into the hard fight here. All right. We got Wraithform turn 1. That's a good sign. Reprieve turn 1. Less helpful, but whatever. Probably fine. The Holy Memento. See you later, Reprieve. Wraithform time. I drew all statuses. Oops, all statuses. Yep. That's getting played. Okay. Okay. Terrifying. Where's my virtue? There it is. Okay, remove all our negative dexterity and such. We have 17 strength already. How's it going, Sharp? You've subscribed to mods in the workshop but still can't make it work. From Steam, yeah, play with mods, as Feli says. There should be a play with mods startup option in Steam. And that'll start the Mod the Spire launcher. What's the most relics I've had on a winning run? I think I've had more than 50, so third page of relics. Haven't seen that in quite a while, though. It's kind of painful. Damage is good, though. Let's discard Heroic Bravado for blood, then I can Liquid Memories it and use it next turn. It'll be free then. I mean, Memories makes it free anyway, but you get the idea. Take 2. GG, you nerd. Able to headshot next turn. Although if we don't kill right now, we are dead. So strongly recommend killing right now. Thankfully, Doomed Headshot does 94 damage. In fact, if we Holy Memento, it just gets the kill. Boom. Face your doom. GG. GG. Kerblam. GG. Victory and the Blood Moon. Easy peasy, Twitch chat. Not too bad. Do I think Hermit is hard to play compared to the other characters? I'd say they're somewhat harder to play. Their synergies are a bit less obvious and a bit more roundabout. Most of them are, anyway. There are definitely straightforward decks you can make with this character, but I think they're a bit hard to put together, and it's not always easy to evaluate just how good some of the cards are. For example, Determination, gain strength when you're debuffed. How much strength is that really? Hard to say without a lot of experience in the game. Yeah, what has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. The most number of relics I've had in a losing run. That's a good question. So let's see. I was allowed to filter. There's no way to sort these by relics, is there? Sort my run history by relics descending. Oh, here we go. Relic count. So we have a daily run. That'll do it. This normal silent run had 39 relics. Let's see on the main save file. Sort by relic count, descending. 41 is the highest relic count that appears here. We started with Black Star from Niao. So I don't have a run history with 50 plus, looks like. This was 2022. And a shovel. And I've had lots of 35 relic runs, apparently. 41 really is an outlier. And then somebody asked, what's my highest relic count on a losing run? How about this? 39 relics. And we died, apparently. What do you mean we died? That's right, and let's get the biomes update. Let's reboot Spire here. So I see Spire biomes 1.4.3. Hopefully that's the right value. Okay, that has the fix. Thank you. Wonderful. So let's make a pull then for our next character. We're going to play another run with biomes and chimera cards. Who shall slay? Make this a 5-minute pull. And this is where I'm going to take a quick break, refill the legs, and stretch the water between runs. What do you mean he died? And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Utopia. I heard this one earlier today. Did you hear that Orion, the constellation, got a new belt? I think it's just a giant waste of space. All right, Twitch chat. I'll be back in a few minutes. When I return, we're playing a new character. BRB. All right, Twitch chat. We are back. And I see it's time for the Orby Boy. I see I'm also legally required to take Claw. We're practicing to be an attorney at Claw. And I think I can follow that law. The Clawful Claw Run. If you'd like to, Faily, you are free to start up a prediction here for this run. Will the Defect win or lose here in the Spire? And we've got some freaking awesome start here. The home of the Ironclad, right at this beginning, means we can get access to some Ironclad cards to start. And we can follow that up by going to the Divinity's Gaze, which seems potentially super worth as well. I like it. Let's see. Start of combat, receive a powerful card and some statuses. Any thoughts of doing Packmaster as one of the characters? I've enjoyed Packmaster so far. I thought it might be a little overwhelming with Chimera biomes, but that could be fun. For starting options here, we got random common card from the Watcher, a filled potion slot, transform 2, or a random boss relic. We've got Strike, 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 Flying Strike, Sticky Defend, Defend and Roll. Love this. Defend and Roll. Recalling Zap. Ooh, Recalling Zap is really good. And Prepared Dual Cast. Draw 1, discard 1 on Dual Cast. Some excellent modifiers here in the starting deck. Kev with the Prime sub in the 2 months. Loving the Against the Storm YouTube content. Glad to hear it. Can't wait for the first DLC for Against the Storm to arrive. I'll take a potion slot. We get an energy potion and a 3rd potion slot. And we're going to go home to the Ironclad. Slavers slimed. Costs less in boss and elite fights. Cute. See a glacier, take a glacier? Seems okay to me. Skim and Rip and Tear are both decent cards in their own right, but they are no glacier. It's not Claw. And neither is, oh my god, Boot Dark Embrace? Are you freaking kidding me? Boot Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw 1 card. With an 8, yeah, it's pre-bottled. That's kind of nuts. I like it more than Dropkick. I'll take it. And there is a fight nearby. One of the combatants has a trustworthy aura. It is the Ironclad. A damaged elite for a special reward. We know from past experience that reward is the Burning Blood. Can we defeat an elite with the current deck? Probably not, but let's find out. It's a Gremlin Knob with only 67 health. I'm actually not sure if that's enough for us to win. don't think I get to play Boot Dark Embrace, to be honest. I probably have to play Recalling Zap here. Let's try this. Trying to determine if I need to play Recalling Zap. I think I do. So we lose 33 health. But we do win the fight, which means we get the Burning Blood from the Ironclad here. Note that this gives no money. Just Burning Blood and a card reward. Oh my good lord, what is this card? Walloping Uppercut. 13 damage, 1 weak, 1 vuln, gain block equal to the unblocked damage dealt. What a card. Really expensive, though. Maybe not that good, actually. You really can't take advantage of the vulnerable because it's 3 cost. But it is pretty cool. But it does everything all at once. Yeah, it's a lot of block, a good amount of damage, and it weakens. I like that. I'll take it. I'll take it. Bonk. Good card. The Defect Clad. Sticky Rage. These card names, they're too good. Burning Pact is okay with the Boot Dark Embrace. I don't really want a Wild Strike. Definitely need better damage soon. Sticky Rage. Is this Ironclad or Defect? Yes. Yes, it is. More potions. And we need more damage. I'll take Rip and Tear. I don't love it, but I need help. So I'll take it. It's a robot. It runs on blood. Terrifying. Row. There's a bunch of slimes here. Walloping Uppercut. Full blocks and kills one. That's a start. Next turn looks kind of bad, though. Wondering if maybe I Colorless Potion. Rather not, though, with the Elite coming up. Let's just punch you. And see what happens here. Acceptable. Okay, we have a regen potion, so we actually have a fair bit of health to work with. We're offered Barrage, Ball Lightning, All for One. Pretty bad All for One, actually. Maybe one more Ball Lightning to round out our offense. Or a Ball Lightning, rather. And let's upgrade a card here. Not Walloping Uppercut, I don't think. I really like upgrading Recalling Zap, because it goes back into the draw pile. Making it go from 1 cost to 0 cost is really important. And not an event, sadly. We get a Void on turn 1 and an Inevitability. Oh yeah, this card's really good. At the end of your turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies and gain 3 block. And then increase those amounts by 1. Although I remember the block not working. Maybe that's fixed now. Works. Cool. Pernicious Bullseye. It applies poison equal to the damage it deals. Bizarre. How about a defrag for focus? Focus is good when you've got a glacier, that's for sure. I'll take it. And I think we can handle this Burning Elite. We've got good potions. We're fine. We even have a Whetstone. Upgrading what else? 2 strikes. Is this only the Biomes mod? No, we're also playing with a mod called Chimera cards. That causes us to find fused cards sometimes. Like Boot Dark Embrace and Defend and Roll. And I guess I'd better Glacier now. Walloping Uppercut is here. Seems pretty good. Deals 13 damage and we full block, and then I can strike for another 13 here. It's worth it. Good job, Walloping Uppercut. It's not as much damage as Flying Strike, Rip and Tear, though. We'll play those. Great fight. We heal for a ton. We get a Preserved Insect, making future elites easier to kill. And we can get a Streamline Bullseye, a Sunder, or a Tempest. Sunder is cute. Streamlined Bullseye is interesting, too. Do I think I could win a run without ever healing? I think it's possible. Wouldn't be easy, but definitely possible. Just need a sort of a high roll start. So close to having Streamlined Sunder. Now that'd be something. Although Streamlined Sunder would be cost 4. Sounds kind of hard, actually. Let's try Streamline Bullseye. Sounds cute. Yet another fight that's actually event rather than it's just a fight. Oh well. Taking some damage turn 1 is fine. We heal 6 per fight after all. Turn 2 less fine. Ow. Gotta love Hologram, letting us get a card from the discard pile. Could be Bullseye. Pretty good upgrade on that, by the way. Could be Burning Pact or something. There's lots of good options. It even draws a card with Dark Embrace, unupgraded. Paul Not Saul, thanks for the 9 months of support. Finally reached A20 Ironclad. Well done. And another mini knob, although this knob is reduced in power for a different reason than the first one was. Kind of cute. And it's windy. So at below 10% health, the Gremlin knob will get blown away by the wind. And then Liquid Memories, we could blow them away immediately, or I can keep the potion. There he goes. I was wondering if I would be able to get both strikes in there, but no, mid card, he flies away. This card looks oddly familiar. Where have I seen this before? We have Charged Battery at Home. Except it's got a worse upgrade, so it's actually worse than Charged Battery. Holy stack. But yeah, Charge Leap is funny. I don't mind it. This deck definitely wants more energy, so I'll take the Charged Leap. Cute. I'll take the chest, too. This poor Dark Embrace. But don't you worry, it'll be better. Probably. Yes. What a metal card. Slayer's Sweeping Beam. Deal 4 damage to all enemies, draw 1 card. Does double damage to the enemy with the lowest health. Upgrades to 6. That's pretty sad, though. Although that would be 12 to the one with the lowest health. Lucanthrope, thanks for the Prime sub and the 2 months. It's also second defrag. That's okay. Turbo's not bad, either. Actually, this deck loves Turbo. Give me Turbo. Wow. Core Surge, Swiveled Darkness, which makes an attack cost 0, or a good old self-repair. Kind of already have a self-repair, though, in Burning Blood. Core Surge seems good. It even exhausts, right? So it draws a card once the Dark Embrace is in play. I like that. Let's upgrade our Defragment for the boss. Not too worried about Hexaghost. We've got our streamlined thingy. Should be A-okay. Okay, let's use a colorless potion. Your Enlightenment. Vanishing Violence. Exhausts whenever you lose health. That's fine. Give me an extra card. Ah, what a great time for Walloping Uppercut. Bonk. Block 13, deal 13, block another 12 from the weaken. Just block 25, deal 13. It's a pretty good turn. And Vitamin Z with the Prime sub in the 18 months. Thank you, thank you. Slippery Void, what the hell? That's a rude card. That's a rude card. How dare you? I can hologram it, though, to get rid of it. We have Walloping Uppercut next turn, I guess. I guess. What did Slippery do? It made the Void get discarded when we drew it, but it still sapped our energy. So a Slippery Void is -2 draws and -2 energy instead of -1, -1. It's pretty nasty. Meteoric Core Surge. 22 damage, 1 artifact, 4 plasma, and exhaust. At cost of 5, scales damage based on cost increase. Channels plasma equal to cost increase. So the upgrade should be what? 30 damage, okay. Yes, 4 plasma. And it does say exhaust. I mean, that's a cool card too. We can actually even play it sometimes because we have turbo. I like it. And then if we get Snecko Eye, it's pretty good, right? We don't get Snecko Eye. We do get Coffee Dripper, though. We've already got Burning Blood. Coffee Dripper seems perfectly fine. Did I change the percentages for Chimera cards? Yes. I think we set it to 13%, and it rolls twice. So there's about a 2% chance we see a 2 modifier card, and about a 20% chance we see a 1 modifier card. So yes, lots of cards. Lots and lots of cards. Here, Humility. Obtain a random rare relic. Also, what? Back-to-back elites? Hello? We can touch grass. Oh, but the Beast's Lair. High rarity cards and an extra relic are dropped. The Beast's Lair. Fight new monsters and elites. Elites give extra gold and special powerful card rewards instead of relics. Shops have special cards for sale. No shop over that way, though. I'll start here. I might go for humility, but yeah, it does sound pretty dangerous, right? Let's see how this fool is. Could be worse. I can play it. Let's do it. Glorious. Love it. Slayer's Bullseye. Or just a Stack Plus. I don't hate Stack Plus. I'll take it. You want a bit more block right now. We can remove a card or upgrade our strikes and defense. Upgrading the defense is kind of cool, but I think I'll go for the remove. Lose a strike here. And we find a duplicator, a decorated altar to some ancient entity. We can duplicate any card we have. Defrag Plus is good. So is Glacier. So is Meteoric Core Surge. What is Echoing? Double play Exhaust. Only applicable to cards without Exhaust. Ooh, yeah, we could add that onto the Uppercut, which would be very strong. Then we double the weaken vuln, and we triple the damage, basically. And block. I don't think it works on defragment, right? Oh, yeah, it doesn't work on powers. Yeah, 2.5x, more accurately, that's true. Let's do it then. Give me an Echoing Walloping Uppercut. That's a heck of a card. And now it's a better upgrade, right? Because it's +2/+2. Weaken vuln. Am I sure I can't take on the humility? The humility looks pretty tempting, actually. We get more relics. But if I go invasion, I both get to see a new elite. And I get to go to the Beast Lair. So let's go left here. I think it's more interesting. We see more new content. Works for me. We lack humility. But we don't lack birds. What we lack in humility, we make up for in birds. Oh. Save me. That's pretty good. If the last card played this combat was a skill, draw 2 cards. Is also interesting. Slaver's Barrage is cheaper in Boston Elite fights, but I'm just a huge fan of Equilibrium in general, giving us Retain for 1 turn, paired with good upfront block. Hard to say no to that. Yeah. Shoot. I'll play your game. What's the top card? Huh. Power. Ooh, upgraded cool-headed or a defrag? Deck wants more card draw. Give me the cool-headed. And I like upgrading either Dark Embrace or Turbo. Although we could also talk about the Walloping Uppercut as an upgrade. I like that against Collector and the Beast. Sure. Let's do Uppercut first. We're fighting an Elemental Portal. Summons elementals each turn up to a limit of 3 active. It is invulnerable and will not attack until it has summoned 3 more elementals. We have Midas Aura. The gold elemental. Gain 1 block at the start of combat for every 40 gold we have. Minion will not abandon combat when the leader is defeated. When you play an upgraded card, exhaust it and add a Gilded Strike, Gilded Defend, or Gilded Essence to your discard pile. Yeah, a lot of new stuff in one combat. That's right. This is a Shimmering Mirage. Reduce all debuffs by 2 at the end of each turn. And an Orb of Fire. Interesting. Kind of spooky. So we cannot hurt the portal until we get rid of some of the minions here. Start with, I guess, Prepared Dual Cast. Blocked, indeed. Kill the Fire Orb first. Ooh, my focus. Rude. Very rude. And we replace that with a Gilded Defend, gain block, lose dexterity. Oof. This is definitely tough. Opulent Overflow. We get the Living Storm Cloud. Alright, I would like for you to stop deleting my cards. It's that 35 buff. Takes less damage from attacks. Okay. And another one of those. All right, all right. If I hologram Turbo, we can play our Meteoric Core Surge. Is that correct? That looks correct. Would like to play that. Kill it. Okay, the portal has worn off. Now we can attack the portal. And the portal will also attack us, I think. Gilded Strike seems okay. Wait, what? Oh, it's intangible. Oh, it's overlapping. I didn't see that it was intangible. It's Azul, joining the illustrious list of channel cuties. All hail Twitch chat, a new cutie. I don't like what's happening here. 5x5. Oh, shit. And I drew garbage. Great. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die. I'm really gonna die. Crap. Take tons of damage. My focus is further debuffed. Then we get attacked for a ton. I think we're dead here. Yeah, they don't flee when the portal dies. It's particularly nasty. Not intangible, right? Doesn't look like it. It's dead. Just dead to that first custom elite. Not too surprising to lose to the first elite in Act 2. I can't pretend like the deck was amazing or anything, so GG's. But definitely a new type of deck check that we were not prepared for. RIP. Pay out to the doubters. Thankfully, I was able to take every claw we saw. And I owe a dad joke, or not dad joke, It's Azul. Needs to get on the illustrious list of channel cuties. That's what I owe. That is what I owe. And I think we have time to run it back. I'll do one more. I'll do an Ironclad run. I'll choose the character here. Greetings. What do you mean everything's burning? Don't be ridiculous. A cutie and a dad joke. Oh, I did miss the dad joke. Let's see here. One of our strikes is free. Dramatic Wild Strike. It exhausts, at least. Doubtful Cleave. More self-doubt. I'm doubtful that I want that card. Oh, the Doubtful Strike got me. Heck. Penalized. Stupid strike. Are there Chimera Curses? Yep. There are. Take damage to get money. Pay money to undo damage. Seems like a win to me. Holy Heavy Blade. Noxious Infernal Blade. Or Pure Flex. We're definitely taking the Windstone, right? We're not fighting Hexaghost, are we? Oh, we are. Okay, well, we might die to Hexaghost. That's fine. It's called Windstone for a reason. Surely we can't lose, right? At least it's not the Guardian. I guess? Better question, can we get through this fight intact? I don't know about that. Doubtful Cleave would have helped. Instead, I've got Stinky Doubtful Strike. Yeah. I don't trust the Snecko to actually do anything here. Part of our current problem. Not a very good first fight. Walloping Carnage. For 3 cost, deal 20 damage, gain block equal to the unblocked damage dealt. Now that is a heck of a card. Let the bunketing commence. How's it going, Kaney? Says, hey, I'm the creator of a few of these biomes and the Ranwood Plus mod that you're running. Love the content, keep it up. Glad to hear it. Thanks for the bits. Thank you, thank you. Every bit counts. Did Defect die to the beast? No, Defect didn't get to the beast. I'm Kunu, thanks for the Prime sub and the 15 months. What was the Act 2 boss doing when he was feeling anxious about Twitch gifts to streamers? He was champing at the bits. Oof. Better. Everything's on fire. Good. And we get a burning card. Thunderclap of Greed. Deal 4 damage and apply 1 vuln to all enemies. If fatal, gain 15 gold. Apply 2 burning to all enemies. Perfected Strike that adds 4 burning, or Spot Weakness that applies to. Anti-synergistic Thunderclap, that's right. Although with the Brimstone, it could do some interesting things. You know what? Actually, do give me Thunderclap of Greed. Burning Thunderclap of Greed. And then put me into the Lice fight. This is where Thunderclap of Greed is going to pay off. Probably. It'll be weak anyway, huh? Well, if I'm going to be weak anyway... Terrifying. Take 2, then I get to Thunderclap of Greed. No, 3. 3. Does 7 to all. It's just kills. 15 gold. Get. Slippery Shrug It Off. Gain 12 block, draw 1 card. Discard this card the first time we draw it. No thanks. Is it 15 per kill? I think so. Oh, the junkyard looks so cool now. There's actually junk in the yard. Very cool. Rorg and all that. Take your 15 bucks. Get a meal ticket, a fairy in a bottle, and 2 unskippable card rewards. Wait, yeah, 2 unskippable card rewards. Those rewards are very good. Almost strike Heavy Blade with Brimstone is fine. Umbra Interactive, thanks for 20 months of support. Perfected Strike Wave. Deals 2 additional damage for all our cards containing Strike. It's only 3 block, though. That's sad. I guess if I have to, Bloodletting is pretty good with Puzzle. Let's go Bloodletting Heavy Blade. Lean into the whole Brimstone thing. I'll definitely lose 7 max health for the Golden Idol. And I'll definitely fight Lagavulin, who is peacefully sleeping and about to learn the error of their ways. Oh no, 22 incoming damage. Whatever will I do? Boop. Oh, I got the Thunderclap of Greed back. Amazing. Can I kill with it, though? 13, 13, 11. Yes. Now it's down to brass tacks. This is a, the Hermit Relic. Start each combat with 2 Metallicize. I like it. Flame Barrier for Hexaghost. I also like it. Okay, can we kill Hexaghost before Hexaghost kills us? Let's find out. So far, so good. I'm dying? Not quite. It hurts, that's for sure. Thunderclap upgrade also improves the greed. It goes to 7 damage, 20 gold. Yeah, where's Walloping Carnage when you need it, right? Be ridiculous. Spooky. Thankfully, we have the fairy. Take that. And take this. Boom. 130 damage to your face. Limit Break. Oh, yes. Limit Break with Brimstone is the real deal. Minimum +2 strength. Realistically, a lot more than that. And we can take Astrolabe, Black Blood, or Sacred Bark. I guess I like Astro, maybe? I'm definitely willing to get rid of this Doubtful Strike. Don't think it's very good. We could even argue for Defend removes, because with Brimstone, the strikes are okay. Yeah, the new cards could be weird, right? We could get a Blasphemous something or other. It's actually not the world's worst Black Blood, although I think with the meal ticket and our low max health, I don't want the healing. So let's go Astrolabe. Lose Doubtful Strike and 2 defends. Was that a Sword Boomerang of Greed? No, Sword Boomerang for 1. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy 4 times. Move a random 0-cost card from your discard pile to your hands. A Barricade, just regular Barricade. And Metallicized Plus to go with the regular Barricade. Neat. I like Barricade as a survival plan. Is that a Beast Slayer? It sure is. An easy to get one too as well. Question is, how many elites can we take? And the answer is all of them. I have Brimstone. Quite, huh? Flex Pot gives me 15 gold. Probably not worth it. Rage's Memento. When you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. If exhausted, draw 2 cards. What about Tiny Uppercut? We've had Huge Uppercut, but what about the small one? Actually rather like it, right? 8 damage, 1 weak, 1 vuln. That's a really good 1-cost card. That's great. It's so small. It's so tiny. Oh yeah, the Huge Uppercut was last run. That's right. I can't remove this curse for a long time. Unless we get a random shop. I don't think so. It's not the size that counts, it's how you use it. Right. Burning Foggy Avocado. What's the play here? This avocado is toast. Streamlined Flame Barrier gives even more block than normal. 21 upgraded. Reduces by 1 cost-wise. I don't think so, though. If I had a Snekawai, maybe. Twin Strike's okay. I think we skip, though. We can do better cards than this. A man with an eye patch and a devilish grin strides up to us. We want 3 strength on turn 1. Actually, that means 5 strength total turn 1. That's a really good turn 1. Or we could transform more cards. I think I'll just take turn 1 strength. And I could turn my strikes into bites. Max health seems important here. We already have healing. Say nay. I will not join the vampires. Got slavers to kill. Boy. Yeah, do I ever? This is not a flex potion, unfortunately. Thank goodness for Tiny Uppercut. Something. I think we bash you, actually. Punch. Take more than is reasonable. What are you going to do, though? It's Brimstone, right? Developing Carnage full blocks. Didn't see another line that full blocked. Not bad. Get a tiny chest. Signature Pummel Strike. Can only be played if it's the only attack in her hand. How about an Arma Plus? It's cute, though. And a heal. I love it. That's my belt. Whenever you apply vulnerable, apply 1 week. Prepared Snecko Ruptures. Curious. Draw 1, discard 1, and random cost. But yeah, Champ Belt seems really good. With Tiny Uppercut and Thunderclap of Greed, we have a lot better weekend application with this. Strange Spoon could save the Thunderclap. Seems unimportant. Harder move, a Strike seems just fine. Body Slam with Barricade. I like it in theory, but in practice, not so much. Just because we have Barricade doesn't mean we can actually make a big block number. Ow. Guess I'll play this? Guess so. Take 14. Nice clean fight. Get some health here. Flex Evolve. Evolve plus Flex. What about Sticky Pummel? No, Sticky Pummel's insane. Hit 4 times and retain. That's great. And an Art of War. If we play no attacks on our turn, we'll get extra energy on the following turn. It's not too bad either. Can hold this. Do a super pummel. 15 times 5. Give me the Thunderclap. Yeah, it's been about time we get more money off this. Rug with a plus. Slavers, but the rematch. Distilled first, or... Yeah, I think just distilled first. Ben metallicize armaments. Okay. Cool. 39-13 exactly kills you. Very good. Very, very good. Nice. Now, future elites are easier to kill. We get a second upgraded heavy blade, or we could take Sword Boomerang Wave, gain 2 block, deal 1 damage to a random enemy 3 times. That's just sad. It's a sad card. Let's fight the beast. The cave looms before you, filled with a stench of rotting flesh. It's the Guardian, who's been feasting on adventurers, I suppose. Guardian has 1 strength from Brimstone, and at the end of the turn gains 10% damage up for the rest of combat. That's actually terrifying. Also, it had artifacts. This thing's gonna hit hard. 41. Guess I could play Barricade. Never mind, you're super dead. What was I even afraid of, Twist Chat? 15 by 2? I guess that's kind of scary. Is it dead? Oh yeah, he's super dead. Also just block. Toast. Well, that's an easy 2 relics. We get Eternal Feather, healing us at rest sides. We get Whetstone, upgrading Thunderclap of Greed. And we can take a Feed, a Battle Trance, or an Immolate. I like Battle Trance here. Although Feed for max HP scaling is pretty cool, too. Maybe not so terrifying after all. Feed of Greed. Feed. Grand of Greed. Oh. Bye, nerd. Love it. Ah, I should have taken the other cards. Well. Oh, well. Now we fight the tomato thing. Wish. Wish I could do Barricade Carnage here. Retain 1 block. Bonk. Didn't even break a sweat. We're going to grab an offering so we can do even more immense destruction upon our enemies. Although Fiendfire's not bad either. And we get a relic, Black Star, Empty Cage, or Fusion Hammer. First relic was Astro. I would not mind a Fusion Hammer. I think 3 energy base is really not enough. Although the Black Star is definitely tempting. Let's take the Fusion Hammer here. Can no longer upgrade, but we can get more energy. Humility is back. The home of the Watcher. Ooh. And Gravewood Grove. And there's a monster zoo at the end. Oh, the Watcher is fun. And I guess we'll go through Humility. Get that bonus rare relic. Fight the super dangerous elite. How dangerous can it really be? Does this path block me out of shops? Yes, that's fine. Whatever. Don't care. Is it possible to get energy relics outside of boss relics? You can get relics that give energy, but none of them give it per turn. They'll either have a condition like Art of War, or they'll only give energy sometimes, like Lantern. Only gives it on turn 1. How much money is this? 20 or 60? $60 gold! Yes! I'm so rich! $60 gold. Amazing. We rich. We got an incense burner from the humility area. This guy has artifact. Big whoop. He's dead. That's ridiculous. Okay, but what about 80 gold? Help? I need help. This is not good. Help. There it is. Team damage. Okay, okay. Which is 14 by 5. That sounds like too much. 70, right? 70. You die. Perfect. Maybe not perfect. No, not perfect. Energy potion makes it perfect, though. Money. 60 more gold. You'd love to see it. Recalling Havoc. This is hilarious. Play the top card of the draw pile, exhaust it, and reshuffle. Cute. Semi-intangible? What? Okay, okay. Reduce all damage taken and HP lost by 5. I thought it was invincible for a second. Spooky. Okay, so it's not that bad. So it takes 8? Yeah, it takes 8. That's a cool effect, actually. But yeah, Heavy Blade still just kills it. For the most part. 11 by 4. Meaning I can, guess what? Thunderclap of Greed. Alright, nothing to be afraid of there. Yeah, I'll take a Corruption. And what other turn? How about a Transient with... Wait, 7 turns? Dies in 7 turns. And it has 999 regeneration. So it heals to full every turn. I think we can kill it. I think it's going to die. I'm pretty sure we just killed this thing. Oh, beast. All I have to do is 1,000 damage in 1 turn. Smiley face. Is this it? This looks like our best chance. V-Blade does 208. Let's go Sword Boomerang for 1 first. Anger. Anger. Pummel now. Anger. Anger. Sticky Pummel. Heavy Blade. Aw, so close. We can't quite kill it. No, not quite. Can only get it to 135 on this turn. I think what I had to do was wait for Limit Break and play it more than once, maybe. Great attempt, though. Boom. The damage. Boot Doubtful Burning Pact. Exhaust a card... Draw 2 cards, gain 2 weak for 0 cost. Fascinating. Don't love the doubtful keyword, but that's cool. It's a cool card. We will, I guess, pass. Yeah, with Brimstone, we really don't want to get weakened, right? Seems particularly bad. 24 plus 23 will not kill you. So let's do Thunderclap of Greed. Then Anger. Like 40. I'll take a power through. You can't hurt me, I'm a ghost. Ow. Probably should have used the Carnage, actually. I forgot about it. Meh. Holy Pure War Cry. Draw a card, put a card from your hand on top of the draw pile, exhaust all status and curse cards, add a miracle. Kind of like that. It's a nice utility card. Works with the power through as well. Let's do it. Isaiah Zizar, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. There's a fight nearby. It is the Watcher. Fight a damage delete for the Watcher's Holy Water. I say yes. Also, isn't it going to be a double damage delete because of Preserved Insect? Not exactly, no. I think Preserved Insect did not apply here. Imagine the Watcher being unable to handle a fight. That with low health should be easy, at least. Should be. Block 19, take 1. Take 1 is good. Get a Pure Water. And a Watcher card. Crescendo is pretty absurd. Enter Wrath with Retain to further multiply our damage. It's even free with Corruption. Love it. Absolutely love it. And now for the Tiny Giant Head. You fool. Crescendo into Thunderclap of Greed. The ultimate power. Let's do it. Bonk. 32. Guria, because we don't have enough strength. I love it with the Fusion Hammer. In fact, we can lift right away for another point of strength. Could take a Deus Ex Machina, but we're not going to. Transform a card is an option because of the Gravewood Grove, but I'll lift. Wouldn't Deus Ex be really good with armaments? True, actually. Okay, I'm rich. Good for me. We're fighting basically the same Reptomancer as before. Good for me again. Good for me again. Bonk. Self-forming clay. When we lose health, gain block on the next turn. That's great. And so is a second wind. For endgame block. It's back. We make it happen again. Maybe. Maybe. Oops. Not like that. Oh. That's not supposed to do that. No wonder it gave me 60 gold earlier. Cool. Just get infinite money. Easy. Not actually infinite, though, because the card exhausts. So I'd have to return it somehow. Sticky Body Slam. Bird Nerd, but with Brimstone. Pretty spooky. Be back for you? Probably not. Nice. Not bad. $66 block to retain, please. And take a bunch of damage. Your pot gets the kill. I don't need that. Just block it. $74 more block, please. Thanks. $108. Too bad. That number's too small. Also, you're dead. Be gone. Who's crazy now, Twitch chat? Is it still me? I can still do it. don't think I should, though. That's a lot of damage. I can do 208 damage with Heavy Blade here. That's pretty good. Do that instead. It is time. Bonk. $72 damage? How about 2 damage? Just 2. Although, what do I do next turn? I prefer not to kill because of Incense Burner into Act 4. I guess that's on me. Doubt it'll matter with the Incense Burner. You're mostly correct about that, actually. I also doubt it will matter. We ready our big blade dealing 2540 damage. Must not have had very much strength. And I lift. 2 strength. We can get a Mummified Hand, Orange Pellets, and a Kunai. Noxious Metallicize. That's cool. It's Metallicize and Noxious Fumes in one card. Although, maybe it's only one time apply poison. How's Secret Technique looking? Pretty good. I can fetch Offering or Crescendo. Keep Remove is good. Is a Blood Potion better than a Fear Potion? Probably not with the Champ Belt. Let's call it here, then. It's a pretty good shop. We got to buy 3 relics. I like it. What is this run? It's a hot load of modded nonsense, is what it is. And we love it. And we love it. There's the Thunderclap of Greed. Perfect. Oh, the burning too. Nice. Please do hit me for 1 damage. That'd be very helpful. Thanks. Love to see it. So I have 6 energy. That's enough for Crescendo, Bash, Walloping Carnage. Seems very good. He's going to play Wrath, isn't he? Of course. Of course. Let me just verify that that actually kills. We would deal 38 plus 29 by 3. $125. We have 122. Yeah, that works. Is Metallicize free with Mummy Hand? Not if it hits spot weakness, because then I can't play the remaining cards. No, we can't risk that. It's not like I'm going to be short on block anyway, right? I block for 84. Seems good. Take 32, keep 53 block for this turn. And then just kill it. Good fight. Get Bag of Marbles, which also applies 1 weakness on turn 1. Oh, we could have just played the spot weakness, then played Metallicize and made the wall up 0 cost. That's true. That's true. Not the turn for spot weakness, but yes, the turn for Metallicize and Corruption. Have some weakness. Mr. Hard. Oh, and we removed the strength down, too, because that was orange pellets. I still have Barricade. Next turn could be... No, we're intangible. Make that a 1/15 instead of anything scary. And perfect turn to draw offering only does 1 damage to us. Oh, I was wondering if it worked that way. That's awesome. The 0 cost card we fetched was the spot weakness. Cool. I'd like to play the second wind. Have more weakened Vuln, I guess. Perfect. No debuffs for me. Yes, block for me. Yes, heavy blade for you. Great turn. I get 30 block next turn. Because we took 1 damage 10 times. Now Walloping Carnage blocks for another 51. I will certainly take that. $102 block. Now we draw Limit Break with 16 strength. I'd say this is going very well. No need to crescendo. You dare me? All right. 552 damage. Okay. They dared me. Yeah, I can't not draw lethal. We're good. We're good. It's only 15/15 Twishette, which, if you do math, you will note is a smaller number than 582. GG. Die Chopper says, have you ever defeated the heart in 4 turns? I've done 1 better. It is possible to do it in 3 turns. Even on Ascension 20 with a cap of 200 damage per turn. You can actually do it in 3 turns. Because the timing of the heart's damage cap reset. Basically, you have to do 100 damage on turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and then on the heart's 3rd turn, which is after your 3rd turn, you do another 200 damage from either thorns or poison, and you can get a kill. But yeah, it is possible in 3 turns. That's the fastest possible heart kill. 3390, not too bad. GG. GG, everybody. And what a good run it was. Has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. GG Twitch chat. We have done it. What about getting to heart with Niao's Lament active? Okay, if you can get to the heart with Niao's Lament active, which does require glitches, but can be done, then you can beat the heart on turn 1, I guess. And Die Chopper with a Prime sub in the 38 months. Thank you, thank you. Some excellent modded runs here. Really happy with the shenanigans. Love the brass tacks, too. Tessa Foray, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. It is community game vote time, that's right. So next up, we're going to be switching games here. I'm going to take a short break, and then when I return, we're going to be playing Ace Attorney Chronicles, our community voted game for this month. And I'm rather looking forward to what that is going to entail. Objection. Slam. Ace Attorney Chronicles is on sale on Steam, coincidentally, so it's the perfect time to pick it up if you like what you see. It's only $16, down from 40 base. But that's going to wait until after the break. Before that happens, I am going to take a quick break, refill the legs, and stretch the water Twitch chat. Back in a few for the Ace Attorney Chronicles. BRB. All right, Twitch chat, the wait is over. And we are switching to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which was our community voted game this month. Have I ever played any Ace Attorney games before? I've watched some of the original DS games, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games. I've seen a bit of. So I'm familiar with the character of Phoenix Wright and sort of the basic formula of the Ace Attorney games. I don't know how firmly this game holds to that. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no volume sliders? Hello? What do you mean there's no volume slider? It's just on or off. All right. I do have a way to solve this, though. I can through OBS manually lower the volume. I had it disabled here to not blow up people's eardrums. Let's see. That looks okay. That is certainly a design choice, indeed. I've seen bad options in games before, but I'm impressed with the lack of volume control at all. That's a new one for me. And yeah, clearly we're looking at some kind of port here, I think. It's the PC config. Can I change our resolution to be a bit better? Not like that, I can't. I see the problem here. Let's do 16:9. Yeah, that looks good. Did I turn on subtitles? Yes, they're on by default. Anything else I can tweak here? English. We have voicing in this game too. That's nice. Story mode. Progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. Yes, of course, for when you really don't feel like playing a video game, but you still want Ace Attorney. Okay. I think we're reasonably good on the volume and such here. Cascade, thanks for the Prime sub and the 11 months of support. David said, I had the same reaction when booting the shooter's second sight ages ago on GameCube. Default Y-axis non-inverted with no option to invert. Story mode sounds like an accessibility feature. That makes sense. And I think more and more, especially in RPG or story-heavy games, we're seeing a developer trend of including like a story difficulty or otherwise non-challenge mode designed to allow you to progress through the game and see the stuff without actually having to do anything. Baldur's Gate 3 has such a mode, for example. I just click restore defaults? I don't think so. No. Start a new game of the Ace Attorney Chronicles. What is this?
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, A push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Blam.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Bienvenue la Carnival. Welcome to the carnival. (22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. Have I played an attorney game before? I've watched a bit of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, but I've not ever played before. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ryunosuke, that's quite a name. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to have listened to such abuse, officer. We're indoors. What is your headscarf? All right, you know what? It's getting a little too anime in here. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. Can't you tell by my outfit? I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue, or I will cut it out. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. You don't have your lawyer kimono. And yet, I still seem to know better than you know how a court officer should behave. If you've never seen the Ace Attorney games, by the way, these are an excellent way to learn the ins and outs of the Japanese legal system. Of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant you to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Actually, that's true. Any and all legal systems you will learn by watching this game. Here you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. He's got a tiny fan. Like, the curtains seem like they're fine. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by students. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's not even a qualified lawyer. Rionsuke. Okay, thank you for the pronunciation assist, Sirius. I am not a Japanese name expert. Rionsuke. Got it. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Like I told you, you're going to learn a lot here. Here in Japan, anyway, my qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. You flashback. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like he looks so much younger 3 days ago. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, these government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. Okay, so more like Kazuma than Kazuma. Yeah, Kazuma. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. Part of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'll have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Nice stash, sir. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you. You were advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. All right then. Thanks, Kazuma. Dot, dot, dot. Well, this is awkward. If I may... And he punched me in the face. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Rionsuke, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, he will be executed. I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Nani? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? Smack. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But Smack. I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean, peculiarities? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. Did you do the crime? When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will be the question? Surely not? Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Dramatically. Will you, the defendant, take me for your lawfully wedded judge? I do. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial would decide my destiny. November 22nd, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. The eyeballs, though. So this is a courtroom. You made it to second year university and you don't know what a courtroom looks like. All right. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Also, who are you even looking at? Oh, I guess those guys. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. It must be a windy courtroom. Yeah, hold on to your papers. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Like they do. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, You need to concentrate. It's about to begin. Yeah. During the trial, dramatic details may be revealed at the most intense moment possible. We call this procedure discovery, as in you discover things in the middle of the trial. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. The eyeball's still going, though. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Dun, dun, dun. This is it! This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, that means I'll be self-representing. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Me! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. Whoa, I didn't say that. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Wait, are you allowed to have that sword in here? Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Wasn't an objection. Oh, yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. This prosecutor's a recurring character in the series, widely known as arrogant, inept, and a pushover. Great. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Baseless speculation, Your Honor. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected for all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? That's not a good start. He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Uh-oh. Yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. Wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? You can ask. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever forgot something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press E? E to E. By switching to people. John H. Wilson. Was a visiting professor of medicine. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was John. Uh-oh. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yumei University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, smack, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. Fee-fi fo fum. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yumei University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor? The grounds for expulsion, at least. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll just stay and enjoy this place a bit longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. And yeah, whatever me, I really like games that I just get to kind of read aloud to stream. I think it actually fits quite well for the vibe and the voice, of course. The British Empire. It's incredible to think. ... Thinking ... Different from voiced aloud ... just to be clear. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select present. Do it. Death occurred a little bit after 2 p.m., caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not penetrate.
Yes!
Yes. He's dead, Your Honor. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Here in Japan, we have a spirit medium do it. A police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, that works too. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Are you questioning the authenticity of this photograph? You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Uh-oh. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. That's good advice, actually. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness! State your name and occupation for the court. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Sir? You're right. You seem to be coughing up some, tomato sauce. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that type of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! That was me! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur! But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen in to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed? Been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I was told I would be penalized. Alright, we'll wait. Desperately want to say something. I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. I'm just going to shut his eyes. Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. I'm not a fraud, I'm a second-year university student. I can't be fraudulently representing something that I'm not even in the first place. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer? I just explained this. You can't be both of these things. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. That's where they were killed. Sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself. Headley, I presume. That's right, I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. Wait. The guy who coughs up blood on a regular basis is a waiter? And we don't have a problem with that. Alright. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Times were different back then. This predates health codes. Okay. Fair enough. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Blah. Something seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Sound of coughing. He's losing it. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the courts. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. How many people were in the empty restaurant? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another here. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? So-called witnesses, mind you. Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor. Mikotoba's said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary, hence the sword. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet. Objection! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its so-called witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive the evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with your proceedings. Well, you're warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness, says. Very well, officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. We'll question them all at the same time. It's Waluigi and some other guy. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Ayesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Ayesa Nosa? Yes, sir, no, sir? Is that your name? Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Korakuta. Curio Korakuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually make tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. Sir, it was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the very beginning. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. Earlobe jiggle physics. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to this military gentleman. At that precise moment, firearm was discharged. Did you shoot another one at that baby? I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moments. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an Englishman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. And fired a few times. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Curio is also a gun, that's right. Thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Yunask, you must exercise your right to cross-examine these witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it, now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this... What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Objection. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryonosuke. I don't even know what I have to do. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies. With my sword. You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right? Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go. Don't let them beat you. All right, then. It's all or nothing. Am I playing it or watching it? I don't think there's a difference. What the witnesses saw. We've got, like, thing now. Was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. He was extolling the virtues of a fine golden curio. Firearm was discharged. Fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel. So I'm supposed to present... the photo that shows that he was shot from the front.
Yes!
At this time. Sweating profusely. ... Contradiction! Uninstall Brain, thanks for 17 months in the Prime sub, by the way. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency! Sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. So let's insult them. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. Sergeant Yasunosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. Aired on the English civilian from the back. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because I said so. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. From the front. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, there's the baby. Well, what was that? Something just popped up from behind him, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Or a baby. Knurk. Ah! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure? Treasure. Indeed! The Hoye Erikoban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Razute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoye treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Lamb. That's what it sounded like. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoye treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hawaii Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? I move to cross-examine the wolf. And Despot Thoughts, thank you so much for 28 months. Good to see you. Order in the court. Order in the court. Bonk. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's a baby on you. I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Ido. Ido Nosa. Ido Nosa. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, tension! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Yeah, yes, sir, no, sir, I don't know, sir. That's right. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Sir. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Table for one. Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. This can be plainly seen. There is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter said before the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Akatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? What you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Cross-examination 2. That's what they said. I'd like to look at this in more detail. Things to examine. I can even get a magnifying glass. Kind of cool. Need the seating chart, too. Interesting. Okay, so we have to contest that there were nobody else there. What do you think? What's the matter? Can't find anything. Can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. No. Listen. First thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. Just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. The witness is saying something you're suspicious about. Press him. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial, because you can then contradict those details. The important point is there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. One way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it.
Yes!
Yes. I didn't point it at him. It may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. I told you already, it's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when noticed a gun on the floor. So I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... Bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the kaban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
Yes. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any so-called restaurant. No, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hot a clinic, yes. There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case, but I'm going to introduce it now in the middle. Again, we call that discovery. We're going to discover the details of the case in the middle of the case. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Of course, submit it.
Yes!
Sounds like more paperwork for these nerds. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Objection? Whether or not they are a concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights, their so-called rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused. Dining all by himself. So I have new evidence. Medical report card, which I cannot inspect. Interesting. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Excellent work. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this thing? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little bit more detail. How? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are ones you may examine. Yeah, thanks. You mean the thing I literally just tried to do, but I can't do until you prompt me? Yeah. Thanks. Secret evidence, okay. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. Can I do it now? No? See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. I'll see what I can do. Mr. John Wilson. It says hot a clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. I don't think I would do that. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Wait a minute, what's this? Inside... some kind of ledger. Let's have a look. Some kind of medical history. There's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Sudden gunshot syndrome, of course. Oh, no, wait. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink beside water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. So, why was he in the restaurant? Is a good question to ask at this stage. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. So now I can present this?
Yes!
With new context? Well, what about that last statement made by the witness? It seems perfectly reasonable to me. Exactly! Perfectly reasonable in every way. Perhaps you should take a leaf out of the witness's book and learn to be more reasonable yourself. Uh-oh. Alright, I just need to calm down and think everything through again. Maybe I present the other thing. Oops. Yeah, I have to present the, this instead.
Yes!
Well, what about that last statement? Again. Okay, still not correct here. So I'm just challenging the wrong statement, perhaps. He wasn't dining.
Yes!
That's different. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? Wish I could... But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Yunosk, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, purposefully, it filled me with determination. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Are you sure? All right, thanks for the advice. Correcta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetuated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Dun, dun, dun. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating for the rest of his life. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. And no swimming either. What? No, that can't. Correct us on. What, boy? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Certainly not a steak. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court that with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But he wasn't dining at all. He didn't have any teeth. The victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted. Ah! Dramatic scream in court. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence of a steak. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes. I get it what you're trying to do. Yeah, definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat, which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who was steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. Immediately. Counsel? Oh, that's me. All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Okay. So, steak. Person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me. It was me. It must have been a as yet unknown third party that we already saw. It was me, Dio. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating that steak. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. More than usual. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, there's no telling what could happen. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial after the execution, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. That might be the only true thing we've said so far. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? Murder? No! Hold. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. It was just following orders. That's what they all say. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. Oh, crap. What? What did you just say, old man? No. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean a lady? You saw the victim with a lady. What?
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor. Ladies are not relevant to the case. What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? If this is true, you pair. Look very upset about this. Binise, thanks for 54 months, closing in on 5 heckin' years. Holy moly. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order, council, explain what is going on here. Clam. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Good denial. Then who is behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, Baby. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. That can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. It's the baby. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. We need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined the piece of evidence in more detail and found a clue as a result. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... accuse Kazuma. Yujin, maybe. The dead guy did it. The waiter. And the witnesses. Accuse Mr. Mikotoba. Doesn't seem to be the prosecutor. Shout the first name that comes to mind. Mikotoba.
Yes!
Yes! There! What do you make of that? I think, counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the sighs of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you. Oh. If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time, too? Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it. Permanently. I don't know what it was about that a prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again. There must be a clue somewhere in all that evidence in the court record. Examine this too. Symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. Funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even if it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on the badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, and I still don't know my student number by heart, which is kind of sad, because it's a pretty simple number. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Of course, of course. Let's see the seating charts. Oh yeah, we can examine this now. Aha. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it? It says the witness's name here. Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence, if they're wielding it somehow here. So the waiter is secretly a police inspector. Well, that seems like our likely culprit then. Now that I think about it, there might be some pieces of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. Your Excellency! Gonna have to close my eyes and shout. The inspector.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga's son's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great detail of attention to detail. I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. The back of the card. Beg your pardon? Perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of the back of the front of his business card. The front of the back of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Old... Inspector Hosonaga! Return to take the stand. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Flashback to literally earlier today. Okay. Matic. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle as a waiter. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Unless, of course, he had something to hide. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there has been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from these two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Yes. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. And then we shot him in the courtroom. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Yes, the house special. Oh, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationships with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman. It's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? Unheard of. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. This judge has had enough of this shit. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. The blood might be, though. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Bonk. To be continued. Of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. Think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha! Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying the whole time. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was looking at the gun. Didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment delay. And because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. I accused you in court. Professor Mikitoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can about American law, so they can practice it here in Japan. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. This gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt your pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Bye. I need you to run an errand at the university. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Wake of Insanity, by the way, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 39 months, the triple Baker's Dozen. Court recess is over. Make your way back inside. And Popperfish, thanks for 38 months, went away from the triple Baker's Dozen. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow to justice. Or something. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already be dead. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Or to miss the resuming of court. Save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd of November, 12:09 p.m. Court deadline missed. Court hereby resumes the trial of Rionos Kanaruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry? Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. We ruined Japan. Good job. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Whoa, huge burn on England. Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. That's not good. And exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. Nice hat. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? That is true. No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the courts? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true... Yes, we know about you. We're not talking to you. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it is always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. That is true. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. I did say that, but I'm not sure about that anymore. Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Renosk, but powers of observation aside, powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I can't read her handwriting? Maybe nobody understands English. Lovely eyes still. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? It's responsible. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty. Yes, she looks the part. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Going to town on a steak with your bare hands. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Perfectly valid reason for fleeing a crime scene. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight that you described. More whispering in English. She doesn't even have eyeballs. Witness testimony. Also, are you allowed to wear masks in court? Yes, I see. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Rionosk. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. I also find that hard to believe. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. What? What do you mean? There's like 5 or 6 places here, at least. I would think she could, yeah, exactly. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown. This is moot. That's right. We have to prove exactly where the gun could be. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. It's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. If only. If only we were allowed to do that. Don't think about doing anything rash, Rionosk. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. That's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. And her clothing. Look, she knows she did it too. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Excellency. Cross-examination. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Okay, good. We get our lives back or whatever.
Yes!
Pressure on it. What do you mean you arranged? After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Uh-oh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. Dental appointments or not. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
What do you mean, a beef steak? He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed. That's right. Supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. He'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right. Print you have there shows the table exactly as it was after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. Just water. It appears the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water. What do you think, Rionosk? Doesn't seem to be meaningful. Let's take another look at this photo here. There's nothing like I can reveal or anything. There's only one glass, though. Very meaningful. That statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your testimony. Gotta remember that one. Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that. So we can present this.
Yes!
Let's see if this works. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table as the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct. Well, that is, it's, odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express themselves. Rionosk, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's, the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Gasp. You're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless under orders that I admitted to already. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me they shared? That you can clink with only one? You can't clink with just 1 glass, even if you do share it. Oh shit, you're right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Lady? Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry. Apology accepted by the court. This is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? Or concealing a gun or 2? Really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into her gun purse that she was carrying. Gun purse, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by criminals in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. How dare they? But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. We're 10 minutes past the deadline. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court 6 times. All English gentlewomen carry gun bags. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her gun. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't possibly be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? That would be improper. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Mrs. Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. We forgot Dre. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. And good night to Black Lava the Cat, if you're still around. Do you think so, Kazuma? Much coughing ensued. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Should I? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. I'm going to introduce it now to change the outcome of this trial. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been visible immediately. Uh-oh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that. Wah! Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Honor. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Let me just take a quick look at that photo. What's that? Mark of a bull on the wrist there. That's interesting. Seems to be the only other real detail in this photo. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight. For a rookie. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your jail cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Unless... Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. No, we can't. It's afternoon. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Yes! I just thought of something! Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yes, it is. Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt. Yes, we were there. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this print. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, I will use this mallet in new ways. Do I make myself clear? Ominous. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print inspector Hosonaga submitted before. And click on the right part, or else. It doesn't light up, but I think I should still press the present button.
Yes!
Yes! Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in the report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean. We would like to know if she may be excused. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Rionosk? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure, but I have no other leads, so I'm going to say yes. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should just keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Right. Yes, you're right. I am? I am? In disbelief. What do you mean I'm right? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council? You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence, and we presented it at the last minute, that irrefutably linked the burns on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. You have any more hypothetical questions for the judge right before the end of the trial? To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? To find some link between that burn and the case. Think. This is the moment of truth. It is time to find some evidence. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Sell this, right? Can't speed this up either. Okay. Aha! The burn is from the plate here. Okay.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. Shall we admire it together, Your Excellency? When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. Things like a bull. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court what you mean. Again, that's not an objection. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah, Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Yeah, objection! Please continue. The emblem on this plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! This proves everything. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But, I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Yes, I am a detective. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day, nor any before it. Also, yes, 90 centigrade is 194 Fahrenheit, which is too hot for steak. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique stealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Yeah. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost didn't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe I'm innocent? Maybe we've been led into a terrible trap? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was a werewolf. No, he was already dead, is the easy answer here. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if he was already dead. Already dead? You mean a dead man came into the restaurant and ordered a steak? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. Beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it is highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Sorry. Okay. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? For dramatic effect. The Queen's English is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, she's a racist too, I see. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. Definitely a racist. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Oh, alright. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. I'd say. Witness testimony. The victim's alleged so-called death. Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway, said the racist. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with your barbarous tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight to merely hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Is that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial, thank goodness. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will kill you myself. Is that clear? Understood. Got it. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's so-called death. Don't you?
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly in those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Ah! Death by embarrassment. What fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny Japanese brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
I don't think that's what he's imagining. Well, I can't. Anyway. Wow, didn't know we were gonna get eviscerated like that. That's true.
Yes!
There are some other ways, without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There'd be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. We need some evidence to back us up here. Evidence. Secret poison. Glass. Glass is the murder weapon. Let's present the handbag
Yes!
photo. Well, that's no good. The statement contradicts the facts as demonstrated by this evidence. As far as I can tell, there is nothing untoward about this evidence. But, pull yourself together. do you think? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. Yeah, we should just keep pressing her. She's quite formidable. He uses cross-examination to find out what the burn tells us. Press her on everything she said, yeah. What are you thinking, Kazuma? Don't worry, it's nothing.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? It's the only thing he was able to drink. Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I cannot say. Damn you. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. It means the opposite. Anyway. Oops. Great response from the bot. Love it.
Yes!
No other possible cause of death. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. No other signs of trauma. Can only have been the bullet. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. Otherwise it wouldn't have been hot enough. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that this is a complete waste of time. Concur.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What was that? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Yeah, Mr. Hosonaga is having a time. It's going terribly. As I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. Zuma. What? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. Right, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, see what we can get out of the detective. All right, then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Find out soon enough.
Yes!
Okay.
Wait.
There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. It's all to do with the witness marker. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them. Romantically, of course. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Pursue him. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. What the? What is the meaning of this? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. It's having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately. Oh. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. Plates, glasses, bullets, business cards, all of it goes into my briefcase. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of my collection. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. This bottle of poison that I found. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. but it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Excellent. Evidence entered. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes. It was that bottle. She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. What's that? Carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, in more ways than one. Wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Do I... The same.
Yes! Excuse me!
You know. What do you make of that, Inspector Hosonaga? Talking about that last statement. What I mean is, does nothing strike you as unusual? It's hopeless. I don't think you need to push it. Give him some time. For now. Was this a monthly game? Yes, this was a the top voted game for the month. Is this what I'm supposed to do?
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man, but only exactly one, without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to martial arts. Or to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of formerly carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside instead of carbon? Or perhaps addition to? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Gazale Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. Explain the burn mark, that's right. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack. Shut up, yes. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. By tasting it. What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! Could this be a last-minute setback? I'm very grateful to you, all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Especially the burn. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I am just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense, do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? At the very end of the trial. Kazuma? I got nothing, buddy. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Toodaloo.
Hold it!
Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sato Mikitoba, a judicial assistant to the defense. Mikitoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. To be continued, Twitch chat. Unfortunately, that is the end of all the time that we have here. There's, of course, a whole lot more of the Ace Attorney Chronicles. But that's going to have to wait for another day here, as it's definitely getting close to dinner time for me. Let's double save, just to be sure. So somebody asked me what my feeling on Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is. I am somewhat familiar with the Ace Attorney games in general. They seem to be very dumb, but they're very funny. So ends up being a pretty fun experience overall. I am enjoying voicing this. Seems like people are really enjoying the watching, so we'll definitely continue for more sessions of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Because I gotta know how much more ridiculous it gets, too, right? They're not going to show us everything in the first trial. So we gotta know. We gotta know what else is coming. That's all gonna have to wait until next week, my friends. There will not be a live stream tomorrow. I've got some real-life stuff to attend to. And then it's our weekend. But I'll be back on Tuesday, not later than noon Eastern Time. Jumping back into our Slay the Spire win streaks. Coming up next week, I guess we'll do a bit more Ace Attorney. I want to finish up our look at the DLC for the last spell. And I'm sure there'll be more to do as well. Yes, Sinosa. Still cracking up over the pun names. I know, right? See you later, Indonis Incarnate. Thanks for tuning in, Tom. Toodaloo Caveman Mafia. Hi, I'm Ray. Gimp Pack. Vassinor. Yippee-ki-yay, and everybody else. Until next time, my friends, stay cozy and have a good one. Toodaloo, and good night.